Good morning. I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Does anyone wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Oh. Do they have to put their... Okay. Seeing none, we will move on. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the meeting on October 29th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. We will take lunch recess from 1 to 2 p.m. today, and as noted on the agenda, item 17, presentation, summary of feedback, Chief Executive Officer, search has been timed for 2 p.m. The in-camera session will be held once all public items have been considered. Commissioners, we will now begin with the review of the order paper. Item 1, Chief Executive Officer's Report, December 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC Interim CEO Greg Percy. Item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT, General Monthly Meeting for September 26, 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the ACAT Chair. Item 3, appointment of members to the ACAT Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit 2025. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation to retiring ACAT members. Item 4, 2024 to 2028 TTC 5-year accessibility plan and Wheel-Trans transformation program update. We have speakers on this item, so I hold it in my name. Item 5, easier access phase 3 project status update, December 2024. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 6, work car hydraulic leak incidents update. Would anyone like to hold this item? No? Then you'd like to hold
which
it.
Item is this?
Okay.
Which item?
The hydraulic leaks item?
Number 6?
Yes.
Yes, I'll hold this item.
Okay. So thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Item 7, automated streetcar enforcement system, seasonal prohibition on lithium-ion battery-powered e-bikes and e-scooters, and the supplemental equity analysis report. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 8, TTC digital signage program implementation update. I have been advised by staff that this item is being withdrawn. The clerk has the motion on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 9, subway vendors lease agreements. Would anyone like to hold this item? Nope. Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Carried. Item 10, TTC and ATU Local 113 Customer Service Center Collective Agreement Ratification. I'll hold this item in my name for an in-camera presentation. Item 11, full rollout of body-worn cameras for special constables and fare inspectors. Would anyone like to hold this item? No. Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the report? Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Carried. Item 12, financial and major projects update for the period ended September 28th, 2024. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 13, procurement amendment authorization, TTC purchasing card program contract. Would anyone like to hold this item? No. Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. All those in favor? Carries. Item 14, procurement authorization, SAP managed infrastructure services and software subscriptions. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Carries. Item 15, contract amendment, replacement of rectifier and rectifier transformer units. Would anyone like to hold this item? No. Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Carries. Item 16, notice of motion, retirement of legacy fair media by Chair Jamal Myers, seconded by Commissioner Chris Moyes. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 17, presentation, summary of feedback, CEO search. I'll hold this item in my name for a presentation from Phelps Group. Item 18, update on Chief Executive Officer mandate. I'll hold this item in my name for an in-camera presentation. That concludes the review of the order paper. Do I have to say that this will be timed too? So now we will go to item 1, the CEO's report for December 2024, as the first item of business. Commissioners, it is with great pleasure that I welcome a special group of TTC employees to the board meeting today. I am privileged to extend congratulations and gratitude to those individuals who celebrated significant milestones with the TTC in 2024, from the classes of 1974, 1979, and 1984. Board members, please join myself and Greg in the center of the room for presentations and photos. Our clerk will be calling each employee forward for recognition, and Chris San will announce the names of the Long Service Award recipients. Okay, great. Okay, so we can go in the middle now.
We have 3 recipients present today who have achieved long service milestones in 2024. Celebrating 40 years, starting service in February 1984, Renata Kuzma, a 4-person rail vehicles from Streetcar Maintenance. Celebrating 40 years, starting service in March 1984, Diego Spano, a coach technician from Bus Maintenance. Celebrating 50 years, starting service in September 1974, Denora Gadasauskis, a forums coordinator and designer from Marketing and Customer Experience. TTC also recognizes those who could not be in attendance today. Celebrating 40 years, Luciano D'Agostino, an electrician in plant maintenance. Celebrating 40 years, Francesco Noto, a general woodworking machinist in streetcar maintenance. And celebrating 45 years, Frank Cinerari, a slip clerk in operations support. Congratulations, everyone.
So I will now invite interim CEO Greg Percy to address the board.
Thanks, Chair. And, I'm going to do a top line and then I'll push into a little more detail just to amplify some of the things in the actual CEO report. First of all, I'd like to welcome our new Chief Capital Officer, Stephanie Davies. Stephanie is over here. And Stephanie is being mentored by our COO, or Chief Capital Officer, rather, Gary Downey. Gary, wave a little bit. There you go. So these are not in a specific order, but these are all a big deal. So on Friday, we had the announcement, 3 levels of announcement for funding of the final funding of the Line 2 trains. That's a huge deal. And leadership there was from Karen. Where's Karen? Come on. That's a game changer for us. Yesterday, the notice of procurement went out, and on Monday next week, it'll be the actual RFP release. So we're in. We're going to go live, and it's going to be exciting. We're not going to actually see those new cars coming in until between 5 and 6 years. We'll see how the bids come forward because it is going to be a competitive bid. But that'll be exciting. So we're going to do some, we'll have to do an overhaul on the, what I call a light overhaul on the current subway fleet to bridge us to then. But that's very manageable, and we can do that in-house. Also in November, two things. Some of you may have heard of one of them. Her name is Taylor Swift. Yeah. It's Jim Swift's sister, Taylor. And she, I don't know if that's true, but she was here 6 nights, and I've yet to find someone who can refute that we're the only city in the globe that had 6 concerts. I think others came close, but only Toronto had 6. And there was a high level of anxiety going in. We did great planning, lots of people involved in the planning up front. And I'm happy to report all of us were kind of breathing one concert to the next after 6 concerts. And the practicality of it, if we were awesome for the first 5 and we blow it on the 6th, then everybody remembers we blew it. But the reality is we did not blow it. We did a superlative job, great collaboration between the ATU, management, planning, frontline delivery, everybody pulled forward. We proved we could do it, and we did it. 6 concerts, no issues. So very pleased about that. There's a few things coming up I wanted to highlight. One is, I mean, maybe not be a highlight. Winter's coming, and that might be a bit of a low light, but those who have careers in operations, winter just comes to the forefront to challenge and really test your ability. So we bring it on. We're ready. We've done all the preparedness we need to do. Then we'll manage it as we fly. So that is coming. If you ask Northern Ontario, it came last weekend in a big way, 140 centimeters in some spots in Northern Ontario. A more sobering thought, but a really important one to flag, is on December 17th, we have Transit Worker Assault Awareness Day. We're going to be working with our union partners and with the city. We're going to make a big deal of this because it is a big deal. And it's unacceptable when it happens, but the sad reality is it does happen. So we will flag that. We will do things to try to make that better. And I'll speak to one of those in a little bit. Something that I'm really personally proud of. Marvin and I, Marvin representing ETU, and I'm representing the corporate TTC. Together, we put wreaths at the epitaph in front of the old City Hall on Remembrance Day. And we've already had a quick chat saying maybe next year we'll do that together. That would be both of our preferences. New Year's Eve. And I don't think this occurred to me until I was prepping for today's meeting, but this is the 10th year in a row where Corby Spirits and Wine have sponsored free TTC travel on December 31st from 7 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning. I don't think anyone understands the true value of that, but making sure transit is the preferred choice. If you choose to party hard on New Year's Eve, you shouldn't be driving. And TTC is the obvious choice. So thanks to Corby's, and we'll be flagging with them and give them a big thank you. 10 years is a big deal for them to stay as a key sponsor for something as significant as that. I'm going to do a quick walkthrough with your patience on the CEO report itself. Just a few highlights. So this is 2024 is the third year in a row of ridership recovery and growth post-COVID. And I think people are starting to get tired of a little bit of the reference to COVID, but it is a baseline. And having 3 years of bounce back is really important to the company and to our customers. I'm going to flag Karen again. This is 2 cameos for Karen today. Our 5-year corporate plan, Moving Toronto, Connecting Communities. It's really getting residents inside the company, and we're pushing it into action as we speak. We'll be meeting with all of the teams to get an update in the very, very near future. But this is a real benchmark for the TTC to stay structured and get stuff done going forward for the next 5 years. United Way campaign. This is worthy of reporting at this meeting. TTC in its totality with strong union support, strong management support. Last year, we were the #1 donating participant with the United Way for the City of Toronto. We stretched our goal this year to $700,000. It was, I think, $680,000 last year was what we achieved. This is another example of great union management support for a really worthy cause. And I just wanted to note, and I feel bad I didn't make it to this because we had something going on at home, but Halloween Fest at the Bay Lower Station, 10,000 visitors to that. That's become iconic. And all of the money raised during that event goes to United Way and helps build our overall contribution. CUTA conference happened to coincide the same week, or one of the weeks that Taylor Swift was here. For those that aren't familiar, it's the Canadian Urban Transit Association. TTC was the host of their annual meeting here in Toronto. Delegates, I think, were in the order of 400 to 500. All transit folks, primarily Canadian, but not exclusively, also North American and some international. That's a big deal. That helps put TTC on the map in North America as the #3 in scale. Second only to New York and actually Mexico City. One of the other things that's important, but not something you high-five a lot about, was both the chair and I spoke at the MAD campaign launch. This is something that's become a recurring theme at TTC, and it's the Red Ribbon campaign. We held it at the Wilson Garage, another union management collaboration that worked really well. We have buses still going around with, I believe the number was 8 buses, with large photos and a little bit of narrative about victims with their photos, and it's very sobering and poignant. We will continue to support MAD and the victims' families as they continue to push for sensible behavior when it comes to drinking and drugs. We've talked about New Year's Eve already, so we won't go over that. We've talked about winter. We've talked about, Marvin's name's in my notes, so that's the Remembrance Day again. This one is really noteworthy as well. We another step forward in terms of easier access at stations. We had other stations become accessible, elevators opened, built and opened. And these are big deals. We have another, I think it's 8 or so stations in progress to have easier access installed. We're trying to get this closed off. I think Old Mills is the last station because it's the most complicated one from a design point of view. But we're making really good progress on this, and we know that those have a community impact. We thank the communities in each case for supporting us. This is a game changer for not just the TTC, but the community and our customers. Now, I think the last one I'll talk about is what's happening on fleet. So we have incoming, we have new e-buses, we have new streetcars, and then I spoke of the massive announcement we have for replacing the subway on Line 2. When you start turning over your fleet and you bring new in, obviously you lower the average age of your fleet, which is important from a maintenance point of view, from a customer service point of view. So these are all big deals. 2 of them are coming in fairly low key. We did do with the City of Toronto and the federal government, we did an announcement on the 340 e-buses. By the time they do come in and we start receiving them, we'll have approximately 400 e-buses. That makes us #1 in North America for e-buses in terms of fleet size. These are all game changers. Again, I like to use that word game changer because that's indeed what it is. So I'm going to stop there, except in your notes you'll see an awesome picture of something that is another important thing that we were heavily involved with, working closely with ATU 113. There's a page 11 of the CEO report. There's a great picture of some iconic players, starting with Marvin, and then with the ATU, the hierarchy I'm kind of getting educated on. So Marvin is president of the local 113 and is doing a great job. Then John Donino is the president of the national, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm using the wrong vernacular, but and then at this event in Hamilton, which I'll tell you about, there was a gentleman there by the name of John Costa. He's the international president for ATU. So you had the 3 levels of presidential visibility. And there's a photo there with me and them. And they got striking a sort of a fist pose, which Marvin will have to talk to me about later. But I had a thumbs up pose, so I thought that was better. So the reason we were there, Natalie and I went to Hamilton and Ben was there, and to be part of an effort that the ATU frankly had strong leadership on with them to create a safer driver-operator space. So they had some of those buses where we've done some prototyping in Hamilton and a parking lot across from where there's an international ATU meeting. And we walked through those, and you could tell the pride point of those who were involved in the design. And I can't imagine a better way than to work with operators to actually design a safer operating space. I don't think this has to be something where management imposes, I think this would be safe for you. I don't think that makes sense. So it's working together to get something really much better. So that photo kind of tells a bit of a story there. And that's it. I've been longer-winded than I planned to be, but thank you. Lots happening in November. Winter's coming, and let's go.
Great. Does anyone have any questions? No. Seeing none, Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, I had a question about the procurement of the Line 2 trains, given that TTC was well advanced in a procurement once before and had to abort it, I think, 18 months ago. How much have we been able to build on the previous one, and have there been significant changes in what we're buying?
There's been some changes, but not a lot of changes. I think there was good effort put into the original design. So we've been able to replay that. The short list of bidders was scrapped, so we're going straight open to more competitive bids. The notice of procurement did go out yesterday. The actual formal RFP release is this coming Monday. And then we're going to be live. We're technically already, because of yesterday, in a procurement process, so that the staff knows and I know that means something, so you have to be a little cautious about how you do what you do, as you would understand. And but other than that, it's we didn't reinvent the RFP scope, and we just needed to move forward. And we are really excited to get. We would really like to see 3 or 4 bidders, because this is the largest RFP out there since some of the Metrolinx big projects for build. I think this is going to get a lot of international attention, so we look forward to seeing that.
Right. And are we going to be able to save any time on this process based on the work we did before?
Not a lot, to be honest with you. We want to do this right, and it's a very, I'm going to say, intrusive process. If I were putting that kind of money in, I'd be intrusive too. We have to make sure it's done really well. And I'm at this point considering whether we bring forward a fairness commissioner as well, because the process has to be airtight. And that would be very supported, I believe, by both the federal, provincial, and city representatives. We have to have a very clean process.
And finally, it includes the signaling system as well as the trains?
No, signal system is a separate procurement. It will go out coincident with the fleet, but it's a separate process.
And we're going to start that?
Same timing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I just have 2. So the first question is, I'm just hoping that someone can give me an update as to what are the plans to do crowd control at Union Station. So last year, New Year's Eve, we had overcrowding. So what are the plans for this year to make sure that's not repeated?
I can start that if someone on the team wants to jump in. So we've been working with the city. We got early indication of some things that we felt were pinch points in terms of crowding. We've we've talked to the city, we're collaborating with them. They've changed some of their early thinking so that we can have wider access between Union Station and the TTC station at Union. So that's a big step forward. And we will have appropriate special constables on site to manage our piece of that. We would expect the same from Metrolinx and the city.
Okay. Anybody else?
Anyone want to jump in?
Yeah, just further to that, through the chair, I think the Taylor Swift concerts gave us 6 dry runs of what New Year's Eve would look like. So we think we got a really good working model to catapult off of. So I'm very confident that we'll be able to utilize a lot of the same strategies we used for Taylor Swift to make New Year's Eve very effective this year.
Right, thank you. And then the other question I had is, I think 1 or 2 months ago, we had done the pop-up at Kennedy Station, and we had gone through about potentially reorganizing Platform B to make it more safe and user-friendly, and I'm just wondering if we can have an update as to how that's coming along.
Do you want me to start?
Please.
Gordon, you jump in. So yeah, we've been in discussion internally with our service planning team, and they are looking at that. They've come back with the first iteration, which is to change or consolidate some drop-off pickups. I pushed back because I didn't think that was enough. We need to actually use that same space that's being used for bus layover and convert that into drop-off and pickup. So bring the customers closer to the station asset. So that's in serious consideration. My concern is that winter's here, so that may limit. So we may have to do something now and then do a closeout in the spring. But I'm waiting for the service planning team to come back with a more serious consideration of that space. And I think that is the answer. They just have to figure out how to do it.
Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, to the CEO's point, we've developed a plan that would relocate some of the bus stops. So they'd be closer to the station. What we're trying to do is navigate some of the, or at least mitigate any of the safety concerns with turning buses to get other stops closer to the station. And so while we've relocated some and have that plan developed, to the CEO's point, figuring out how to mitigate any unintended safety consequences by moving a few others closer too.
Great. And when should we expect the rollout to take place?
Through the chair on those preliminary bus stops, we can do that almost immediately. The other ones, we're just working through, again, those logistics, and so we'll get back to you on a date for the others.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Nope. Anyone wish to speak on the item? Seeing no further speakers, can I please have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Carried. The next item of business is item 2, approved minutes of the ACAT General Monthly Meeting for September 26, 2024. I'll turn to the ACAT Chair, Anita Dressler, to present the minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Myers and board members. Thank you for the acceptance of ACAT's minutes. This being the last meeting as chair of ACAT, I would like to thank this board for your continued support of ACAT. As a quick overview, I wish to state some of the ACAT's highlight initiatives in 2024. Our 4 subcommittees made up of volunteer members have reviewed hours of presentations, discussions, and reviewing of paperwork presented to us. These dedicated members, Cameron Penman, the head of Wheel-Trans, and TTC and Wheel-Trans staff that we have collaborated with are the very best that you could ever find. Some highlights from the subcommittees: bike lanes, accessibility features, crosswalk safety and elevator accessibility features, tactile tiles in subway stations, and audio clear messaging. Presto and accessibility, including support cards, signage, posters, online boarding, online booking, third-party entrances connected, and barriers to accessibility. High Park seasonal bus routing, Rapid TO Jane Street project, feedback on closure and diversion signage, family of services, easier access, travel training, recertification of drivers, and this is only a third of the list. Personally, I've had the opportunity to work and interact with many of the staff in this room, and all I can say, it has been the best of times. You are all absolutely amazing, and also the board members I've interacted with. On closing, wishing everyone happy holidays and a healthy, successful 2025. Thank you.
You may.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your remarkable service and for your very thoughtful and kind words to everyone who you've worked with. You brought up High Park, and I remember that there were a number of concerns from ACAT about the accessibility given the decision to restrict car traffic in the park. And I just wanted to get a sense from you if you have seen any significant improvements since the last round of deputations, if there's more that we need to do. I just want to get a reality check from you.
I think the TTC working so quickly to take our suggestion of having Keel Street Station as one of the pickup points, since High Park Station isn't accessible, was a real keynote. Talking to some people in the area, they thought that the TTC had done a marvelous job on stepping in so quickly. I think it's too early to really assess it because it was just this last summer. But I think that everything that has been proposed and everything being worked on by the staff, I think that it's going to be significant for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any speakers? Okay, seeing no further speakers, can I please have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Commissioner Matlow, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So moving to item 3, appointment of the members of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT 2025. We would like to formally acknowledge the many accomplishments and efforts of this year's retiring ACAT members. So Anita Dressler, ACAT Chair, Bobby Moore, Erica Tanney, Howard Wax, and Wangari Muriki. You have done an admirable job at representing the needs and concerns of persons with disabilities and seniors who require accessible public transit in the City of Toronto. Your efforts do not go unrecognized, and we appreciate the job you have done in representing vulnerable groups in our community. Thank you very much for taking the initiative to support ACAT, TTC, and the City of Toronto. In recognition of your contribution and dedication, we gladly present each of you an appreciation plaque. I'd ask that the board join me to present the plaque today, and the clerk will announce each name.
Board member, the first retiring ACAT member being acknowledged today is Anita Dressler.
Board members, can you join me over by Anita's seat, please?
Also present with us today is Howard Wax.
So we now have the matter of appointing new members before us. Do any board members have questions on the item? Nope. Do any board members wish to speak on the item? Nope. So members, seeing no further speakers, can I please have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. I'd like to congratulate the following new ACAT members beginning on January 1st. Craig Nickel, Jason Osborne, Karen Muto, Lori Sue Robertson, and Sophie Petrillo. I'd also like to acknowledge the new ACAT pool members, Azim Leela, Nathaniel Talk, Olivia Darwin, and Paul Mena. Congratulations. So we are now on to item 4, the 2024 to 2028 TTC 5-year accessibility plan and Wheel-Trans transformation program update. And we have 9 speakers on this item, beginning with Kate Welsh. A reminder to deputants that you have 5 minutes to address the board. Is Kate here in person or online? Is she online?
I'm here, yeah. I'm here.
Okay, great.
Hi.
Hi, Kate. Kate, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings, TTC board members and city councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Kate Welsh, and I am a Wheel-Trans user. I also work at the Center for Independent Living in Toronto as the project coordinator for our Inclusion of Disability Equity and Access project. I am here also on behalf of the GTA Disability Coalition, which is a network of disability organizations across the city that work to advance the equality, rights, and full inclusion of disabled and deaf people in the GTA. Our key priority areas are disability poverty, inaccessible and unaffordable housing, and transit inaccessibility and unaffordability. My community partners and I are deeply concerned about the TTC's family of service model, and I'm here today to ask that you fully invest in protecting door-to-door Wheel-Trans access. This access is not only critical for our safety, but it is a human right to have barrier-free public transit, just like non-disabled Torontonians have, which means that we must protect door-to-door service, as we all know here that conventional TTC system is not fully accessible. And like other Torontonians, the way we travel must be a choice, not an imposed, ineffective transit option. I have personally experienced and heard from the horrendous stories and incidents of being stranded at a bus or streetcar stop, which is incredibly impactful during heat, rain, and snow. Door-to-door service prevents this from happening. We also know that TTC buses and streetcars are often standing room only, and not only during peak hours, which means that we often are forced to wait for another vehicle when we cannot board. This increases our chances of missing a connecting Wheel-Trans as they do not wait for more than 5 minutes, leaving us stranded once again. Family of service rides are also not equitable options for longer trips, since it involves multiple lengthy transfers, which take an unacceptable amount of time and can cost extra. I want to ask you, the TTC board, why are disabled people expect to settle for worse transit? Often trips take much longer to travel to work, medical appointments, and for social outings than non-disabled people. Do you honestly think this is a fair system and in line with the city's claim to be a Toronto for all? a Toronto that places human rights, accessibility, and the inclusion of people with disabilities at its core? Or does all really mean only for certain people? Furthermore, it has been shown through your public consultations that wheel-trans users do not support mandatory family of service. In fact, the stats from the April 2024 consultation show that nearly 40% of wheel-trans users said they would never use family of service, and over 60% of wheel-trans users said it did not meet their accessibility requirements. And to be clear, I am one of these people. I use a walker, and if I was forced to use family of service, it would mean that I would not be able to leave the house. I would become even more isolated from family and friends and not able to connect with community. When we distill it down, this move toward family of service tells me that you don't want me to be a part of society. Lastly, I want to draw your attention to the fact that today is International Day for People with Disabilities. We have fought long and hard for rights, inclusion, justice, and our dignity. Given that the TTC is not fully accessible and will not be up to AOGA standards by 2025, this is not the time to make our struggles even harder. On behalf of wheel-trans users and communities I work with, I implore you to fully fund and maintain wheel-trans and vote against making family of service mandatory. This unjust move will only tell us that Toronto chooses to leave people behind rather than consider us as valuable members of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jane Field. Is Jane here? Oh, great.
My name is Jane Field. I've been a wheel-trans user since 1989. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on this International Day of Persons with Disabilities. While I am aware that according to the staff report, the TTC is not proposing to make family of services mandatory yet, I firmly believe it should never become mandatory. The TTC will be putting many disabled people in danger by deciding for them that they must travel on conventional buses and subways. I'd like you to read to you a passage from the Family of Services Customer Handbook. By the way, no able-bodied patron of the TTC would ever be expected to study a 44-page instruction manual before setting out on a transit trip, but apparently disabled people need to. On page 30, the section is titled, Traveling Over the Gap. When stepping over the gap, be careful of your footing. If using a walker, you may need to lift your walker over the gap. That's making assumptions about people's abilities, assuming that anyone using a walker can also lift it. When preparing to travel over the gap using a wheelchair or scooter, position the wheels so they are facing forward toward the platform edge and not on an angle. Again, this is assuming that people in a power wheelchair can see the front wheels of their chair. That is definitely not always the case. When the train comes to a stop and the doors open, travel over the gap at a medium speed. This will ensure the device has the power and momentum to go over the gap. Does this sound safe to you? There's no mention of the crowds of people getting off the train as well as those waiting to board, Powering onto a subway at a medium speed could cause injury to other passengers as well as the individual using the wheelchair. Powering over a gap sounds like an extreme sport. I know from personal experience the terror of having the front wheel of my chair caught in that gap. And I also know the fright of being trapped in an elevator at a subway station that has broken down after I boarded it. The TTC can never be 100% accessible because even when all the stations finally do have elevators, elevators will break down. The handbook tells me and other riders that we can phone the lift line before setting out to find out if the elevators we need for our journey are operating. But they could break down even before we get to the subway station. When an elevator isn't working for an able-bodied rider, it's a minor inconvenience. When it isn't working for a disabled person, it's a huge barrier. We have the added stress of having to find out how to get to the next station that does have a working elevator and try to do that without missing a connection to a Wheel-Trans ride at the other end. Stress and anxiety provoking times 10. The family of service model of combining Wheel-Trans rides with regular bus and subway rides can be overwhelmingly complicated and confusing with multiple transfers and connections. Many family of service users will give up. They'll run the risk of becoming lonely and isolated rather than try to cope with a system that's beyond their capabilities to navigate. Disabled people are all different. Two people using the same assistive device may have very different abilities. One of them may cope fine on the conventional transit. For the other, it would be impossible. And the process of categorizing people into unconditional or conditional is flawed. I suspect that people who use power wheelchairs are automatically screened into the conditional category, assuming a power chair can cope on FOS. But it's not the chair that's using transit. It's the person in the chair whose abilities differ enormously one from another. And if a doctor says a person needs door-to-door Wheel-Trans, that should be respected. But doctors' letters are being ignored, and people are made conditional regardless. To my shock and dismay, I was made conditional when I re-registered, despite letters from 3 doctors explaining that I need door-to-door service. I was able to appeal, but the appeal process is daunting, frustrating, and stressful, and many people do not understand it. They don't know how to get support or may not qualify for legal support through ARCH, as I was fortunate to. They may not have the strength, stamina, and resources or the language skills necessary to fight, and they may not understand at all what's even happening. Disabled people's lives are complicated enough, dealing with attendant services just to get out of bed in the morning, assistive devices that break down, and a society that limits choice and participation at every turn. Please keep door-to-door Wheel-Trans service an available option. Do not ever think making family of services mandatory for certain Wheel-Trans users is the answer. Every person is different. We do not fall neatly into circumscribed categories. Without the option of door-to-door Wheel-Trans,
I'm going to ask you to please wrap it up. You're a minute over.
Will be jeopardized, and worse, our safety will be jeopardized.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. If you were forced to rely on family of service and you were dropped off at on the conventional system and you found yourself at a subway station rather that wasn't fully accessible, and there was an interruption in the service, and everyone's just told you got to find your way to some shuttle bus, what would you do?
I would panic. I'd be frantic. I would be so stressed out. I would probably just call Wheel-Trans and ask them to find me a ride to take me back home and not be able to participate in the activity that I was hoping to do that day. It would completely disrupt my day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I just have a couple quick questions. You said your doctor's notes said that you should have unconditional door-to-door service, and you were given conditional service?
I was.
And were you able to appeal this, or?
I was able to appeal it because I have the ability to speak. I have the ability to find support around me to help me through the process. I was able to get ARCH, the Disabled Law Service, to help me. But so many people don't have those abilities, those resources, and the whole process is so stressful. I had nightmares for months because it took months, and it's just not a viable process for so many people to go through. So many people will be made conditional and not even know what that means until suddenly, in fact, the Wheel-Trans driver who brought me here today told me he dropped someone at the subway, and they said, well, what are you doing? I'm going to such and such a place. And he had to explain to them that they had this family of service ride and that they would have to take the subway to another station and then be picked up by another Wheel-Trans bus there. They were flabbergasted, horrified. They had no idea because they didn't understand this whole model of service and didn't understand what it meant for them. So I think that it's a huge barrier for so many disabled people. And sometimes a person is dropped at a subway station only to be picked up by the same bus at a point further down the road, which makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how this can save money when there are 2 Wheel-Trans rides involved in any case, and then the person is put through the stress and terror sometimes of having to jump that gap to get on the subway to continue a ride with another Wheel-Trans bus. How does that save money?
Thank you, Jane. Seeing no further questions, next we have Sheila Pisey Allen, TTC Riders.
Could I plug in my
ID issues.
Thanks for letting me show a couple of images. My name is Sheila Pisey Allen, and I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, a membership-based organization of transit users. And, you know, I know you might be wondering, why do so many people want to speak about the family of services today when it's not actually, you know, there's no proposal to make it mandatory today. And the reason is that you haven't ruled it out. It says it right in your accessibility plan. It has yet to be determined if mandatory family of services travel will be implemented. It's also because York Region, Durham Region have made this program mandatory. People are here because they're afraid of losing their lifeline. This has been hanging over their heads for years. And Wheel-Trans is, you know, people feel harassed. They're constantly being pestered to re-register. And if TTC is not planning to make it mandatory, why does everyone need to re-register? So that's why we're here, just to make sure you really understand the stakes of this policy, what it would mean if it were to be made mandatory. And I wanted to show you this image. I took this photo in Scarborough a couple years ago. It's at Midland and Ellesmere, and there's a yellow tag that says, "We missed you." This was someone who got stranded on a family of services trip. They got picked up by Wheel-Trans, forced to take, conventional, not forced yet, it's not mandatory, but they were scheduled to, take TTC for part of their trip, brought to this shared Wheel-Trans trip to be picked up, and they missed their trip because the policy is you get 5 minutes. If you're not there, the Wheel-Trans van leaves without you. And, this is your typical Wheel-Trans trip, A to B, 40 to 70 minutes from Vibrant Healthcare Alliance to home. This is a real family of services trip. You just heard from Jane Field. This is an example trip she was scheduled for. So instead of door to door, 2 small Wheel-Trans trips. And that's really what this program is about. It's about making Wheel-Trans trips shorter, about reducing the average kilometers that Wheel-Trans vehicles travel. But what happens if Jane is late for her pickup at York Mills and Don Mills? She's going to get that yellow tag left for her, and she's going to get stranded at the side of the road. That is what the stakes of this program are. And my colleague, August, is going to speak more about cost avoidance and some of the numbers. But we're not exaggerating when we say that the service is too crowded for people to board. It's in your own budget. The crowding standards have been changed so that every hour is rush hour. Every hour is planned for standing room only. And finally, I just want to come back to how Jane explained that all the onus is being placed on Wheel-Trans users to appeal. They really cannot win because we believe that people who use power wheelchairs are being automatically screened into conditional status. We know that when they appeal, or I've been to multiple functional assessment tests, the occupational therapists have not read the medical documentation from doctors. They have to fight every step of the way to appeal their status, and most people don't have the resources to do it or they give up. And so when I read in the accessibility plan in front of you that 6,000 customers with conditional eligibility would benefit from travel training, I'll tell you why people are not doing travel training, because they feel it's a trap. When the occupational therapist assesses you, if you have not taken travel training, it's a strike against you because you haven't tried taking conventional TTC. But if you have taken travel training, it's also a strike against you because it proves that you are able to use conventional system. So why should you ever be able to book door-to-door service again? So you're really damned if you do, damned if you don't with travel training. And I think Jane really explained how all the onus is being put on people with disabilities without the resources to really navigate this system. So we're asking that you invest in making sure that there is room on board vehicles, conventional TTC for people with disabilities, bring back the crowding standard in this year's budget, but that you also think twice before any future proposals to make this service mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Nope. Thank you, Sheila. Next, we have Gabrielle Resnick, Arch Disability Law Center, and after that, we will have Jennifer Conroy. Thank you, Gabrielle. Let us know when you're ready. You'll have 5 minutes.
Perfect. I'm ready. Thank you.
Great.
So good morning, good afternoon, members. My name is Gabriel Resnick. I am a staff lawyer at Arch Disability Law Center. I want to start by acknowledging that today is International Day for Persons with Disabilities. And this day aims to remove barriers for persons with disabilities in order to ensure a full inclusion and equal participation in society. It is for this goal that I am here today to speak to you all. As a staff lawyer at Arch, I represent persons with disabilities in a variety of areas, including accessible transportation. I represented a number of individuals at Wheel-Trans appeal hearings, as well as represented persons at court advocating for the right to accessible transportation. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. During my time, I attempt to do 3 main things. I will first provide a short introduction of the AODA as it relates to accessible transportation. I will then touch on the eligibility determinations and how eligibility has been assessed in a way that fails to meet human rights legislation. Lastly, I will highlight that the current system has failed to remove barriers in specialized transportation, rather has created new ones. Specifically, I will be demonstrating the ironic nature that in implementing the AODA and accessibility legislation, the TTC has made specialized transportation less accessible for many persons with disabilities, and this is due to changes in the specialized transportation services and the over-reliance on a family of services model and conditional eligibility. In 2005, the Ontario government passed this landmark legislation, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, which is often referred to as the AODA. The purpose of the AODA is to develop and enforce accessibility standards in order to achieve accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities on or before January 1st, 2025. Now, we're a month away from that deadline, and we do not have an accessible Ontario. As part of the AODA, the government, in partnership with persons with disabilities, drafted a transportation standard, which is now part of regulation. Under this standard, transportation providers such as the TTC must ensure that conventional transportation is accessible, as well as have specialized transportation services. Under Section 68 specifically of this integrated regulation standards, it outlines that the TTC must provide origin or municipal transportation providers, specifically here the TTC, must provide origin to destination services, yes, in a flexible manner, but this is the really important piece, that best meets the needs of persons with disabilities. This latter part is conveniently ignored by transportation providers, but it was included in regulation for a reason. This is not just my reading of the legislation. This reading was supported by the Divisional Court in Hayka v. the Regional Municipality of Durham, which I was happy to represent Mr. Hayka in that case. At paragraph 40, I want to quote, the text of this is what the court said, the text of the regulation makes clear that service providers' discretionary flexible is prescribed by the requirement that the transportation services provided by the ones that best meet the needs of persons with disabilities. So basically, that in order to be flexible, you still have to ensure you're meeting the needs of persons with disabilities. And before getting into really quickly my main points, I just want to outline, as already has been done, that the current TTC system is not accessible. In the report, which talks about family of services model, it is based off of fully accessible transportation, conventional transportation system. Due to inaccessibility of the conventional transportation system, it underscores the further need for specialized transportation services. Now to my second point, the eligibility determinations. They are made in a very cookie-cutter model that fails to consider the individual nature of persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are not the same. Each individual is different, and those differences must be considered. And one of the interesting points I want to mention is that what we've seen is people just, as Jane and Sheila outlined, end up having conventional or conditional eligibility. That's what they're given. Everyone I've taken to an appeal hearing, I've been successful at going from conditional to unconditional. What does that show? What does that demonstrate? It demonstrates that these persons actually require unconditional, yet we're made conditional and have to fight for that access to get to unconditional. I was there to represent these people and advocate, as well as they represented themselves, because they are the ones that understand their disability. And for this reason, I'm not going to go into details about the different barriers faced. I think that the people who have already spoken and the people that are going to speak further really underscore those practical problems. But I do want to outline that,
Gabriel, I'm going to ask you to wrap up. You're over your time.
Oh, no problem.
Please.
So I will just quickly mention that this council has the unique ability to reverse the barriers that have been previously erected, ensure that new barriers are not erected, because this is your duty. It's your duty to listen to the people here and ensure that those barriers are not erected and to fix the current system that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Commissioner Matlow, you have questions.
Gabriel?
Apologies.
Not at all. Thank you very much for your submission. You mentioned that over and over again, the appeals, the clients who you're representing, your appeals are successful. Does that not, come across, as a reasonable person, like, doesn't it come across to you as a complete waste of time, money, process to put these individuals through that to essentially get to the outcome that was inevitable in the first place?
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's also just like to note, there's 3 panel members. Like there has to be a member, like 3 different panel members. That's arguably a waste of those individuals' times as well. I think that's important to mention. But I think in the cost, like when the TTC bases on a spreadsheet, they see, well, it's conditional is going to be cheaper. So yes, there's not going to be that many people who try to get unconditional. So I agree that it is a complete waste of time. It is devoid of reality. It doesn't make sense. But unfortunately, that's what we've seen. Is I actually had a recent thing where within 4 days of applying, someone with a mobility device was given conditional with rush hour. What is that? That demonstrates like some type of automatic. You have a wheelchair, you're given conditional, and that point I think is really important.
What would you describe as the typical state of mind of your clients when they come to you and they're surprised by this? Are they anxious? Are they scared? How would you describe typically, how are we affecting those individuals?
So they're anxious, they're scared, they feel lonely. They can't attend their choir practice they used to attend. They can't access the services that we all have the right. They can't do grocery shopping anymore. They lose their independence in many cases. And so it's just this fear, this worry, this system that they've been depending on has now just been stripped away because of the implementation of an accessibility legislation. So yeah, I think, fear, anxiety, and just like, the sense of completely losing their independence is what I've.
My final question is, you represent clients, as Jane alluded to, who know how to find you, who have the wherewithal to understand the system and how to advocate for themselves. But this could affect up to 16,000 people. What are they meant to do? How would they even know how to fight for their rights in this case?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there has been a guide prepared from TC Riders, and Arch prepared a guide on how to appeal these issues, and Arch is open to anyone who wants to call us about these appeals. But yeah, it's a good question. I think most people just give up. Some people don't understand what it means. Oh, what does conditional eligibility? No one that's another thing that clients have come to me, and I have to explain to them, what does this mean? Because we're using terms like conditional eligibility. It's not spelled out exactly how that's going to affect your services. So I think that's one of the practical, easy changes that can be done is when putting out the assessment, outlining really clearly what the reasons are, and that's also to save everyone at the TTC a potential judicial review, because you want to be very clear with the reasons of your decision. But make very clear the reasons, but also really explain to these riders what exactly the impact of the decision.
That's a really good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, Gabriel. The experience that you've had representing appellants and resulting in successful decisions, have you been able to, what I'm interested in is turning that experience into assisting the TTC as they make their decisions. That is, as you say, there's no point for anybody in the TTC to be making decision X if it's always going to be overturned on appeal. Have you put together a summary of the factors that lead to a successful appeal and submitted that to the TTC and asked them to take it into account?
So I have put together factors. I'm happy to do so further. No, I have not sent this to the TTC. I've never been requested either.
Okay, well, why don't we start there? I mean, that would be useful, right? If you can show a list of cases, and I don't know how many cases you've done, but presumably there's a fair number of them.
Yeah.
So if you can show on a piece of paper this factor that the TTC considered was conditional, in fact, has been decided 3 times on appeal, should result in unconditional, make that, you know how to do a good legal brief. Give us a good legal brief, and certainly I'm prepared to ask that the TTC staff consider that and consider whether or not we can clarify how the policy is applied, because as you say, there's no point doing wash and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. That's something we're very, very happy to prepare. And like as outlined, every case is individual, but there definitely are certain factors. There's also, really quickly to note, before the appeal, there is often a functional assessment. I've told people like how to outline what their disabilities are in the functional assessment. Because one of the things that often people don't understand is they don't highlight often if someone has a physical disability, they may also have, a mental health disability that directly impacts their access to services. And so they'll often, not highlight that. They think, oh, wheel-trans, like it's in the name, wheel-trans, physical disability. But one of the things that I've seen is when you do highlight that full accompaniment of disabilities, it is considered, especially at that stage of the functional assessment.
What I'm trying to get at is there are person-specific factors. You can have different opinions about the strength of evidence on the fact. That happens in any case. But if there's legal matters, specific patterns that are treated one way by the TTC, treated another way by the appeal body, it would be helpful if you can lay that out. And also if you have specific suggestions as to how to make the application process clearer for people so that we get more accurate results the first time.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, make it as easy for us as you can. When should we expect your brief?
I could probably prepare within the next 2 weeks.
All right, you'll send me a copy as well?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, just afterwards if I can get your contact information.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? No, I just have a couple.
Yeah, no problem.
So Gabriel, I'm just curious, how are the letters, because I've read some of the letters that we received on this item, how are the doctor's notes treated when they are appealed? Because I've heard that they're not being taken into account when the decision is being made.
Yeah, the doctor's notes are still arguably relatively ignored. I think there's a heavy reliance on on the functional assessment, and the functional assessment is literally walking 2 feet max, or if someone's in a wheelchair, oh well, you can automatically get to the points. I feel like independent medical assessments done and specifically medical assessments provided by these doctors are ignored. And that's even at the appeal stage. The doctors I see most of the time, what we've been effective more is is taking certain parts of the doctor's letters and highlighting them on how they directly relate to the system, but also underscoring why the functional assessment itself fails to consider the individual's disability. So to answer your question, the doctor's letters, in general, are ignored throughout the process, from the beginning even throughout to the appeal. In the appeal, it's easier because you can actually explain directly what's in them and actually explain that to the panel and explain how that's relevant to the factors that they should consider. But when they're actually reviewing them themselves, I don't even know if they do review them. Like I said, 4 days. Some of these applications are quite lengthy. It took 4 days from sending the application to getting the decision. How do you have time to thoroughly review an application in that amount of time? So I think at appeal is when they are more considered, but that's because you have the chance to explain and put some more context towards this.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Jennifer Conroy, and then after that, we have Terry Lynn Langdon. So Jennifer?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity.
Sorry.
Thank you for your patience. Okay,
Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes, Jennifer.
thank you. I was involved in the pilot program of the Family Services in York Region, until I moved to Toronto in 2016. Though I lived elsewhere, my job on an accessibility committee, my partner, my social life, all of it was here in Toronto. So that meant constant travel from my home in Richmond Hill at the time on a paratransit bus to a regular bus to a bus station where I would wait sometimes for 2 to 3 hours for Wheel-Trans to take me to my actual destination, causing me to be late for work. I have a sight disability, so traveling at night wasn't an option and is still not an option on conventional transit. The Family Services is a flawed system for persons with disabilities. Navigating the bus stations is difficult if the station doesn't happen to be accessible or the elevator happens to be out. Subways, buses, and streetcars can be unsafe to board with a mobility device, especially with overcrowding and limited seating and spaces for wheelchairs. With the winter months approaching, it's also very concerning to think about getting stranded in the elements while we wait for conventional transportation to get us to stations, or getting our mobility devices caught in snow or slipping on icy streets. As a person with a disability, this directly negates my feelings of independence. You don't feel very independent when you have to struggle this much just to get to appointments, or to do everyday tasks, or even to go on outings with friends. Why bother being social when you can't get anywhere? Why work when you can't get there on time? I got lucky. I reapplied for Wheel-Trans last year and was deemed unconditional due to my sight disability. But I fear that one day I may not be as fortunate and have to reapply again with a different outcome. I remember my struggles with the Family Services all too well, and it's frightening. Richmond Hill is different from Toronto, but the transit system here can be complicated to navigate. I am a Wheel-Trans user now, but with the Family Services for how long? This plan restricts our independence and disregards our safety on the TTC. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none, thank you very much. Next we have Terry Lynn Langdon, and after Terry we will have Adam Cahoon.
Happy International Day for Persons with Disabilities. On this day, I want to celebrate and acknowledge disabled people and disabled activism. The disability community are a beautiful, vibrant, and diverse group with so many gifts and talents. We should have access to equitable, safe travel and transit, but this is still a dream. When I was a youth growing up in Scarborough, I was advocating for more accessible transit in grades 3 to 6. I thought not only was accessible transit possible, but that it could happen before I turned 25 or even sooner. I had gone to many places in the GTHA, and I had often had to book inter-regional accessibility trips, as my swim teams would often take me beyond Scarborough while on the Variety Village swim team. I thought that these inter-regional transit trips would become much more easier too. I'm now in my 40s, and we still don't have an accessible system. Recently, I tried to do a weekend trip using transit with my family to the AGO. It went something like this. We went to Queen's Park Station, but the elevator was down. So we started walking again, this time to Wellesley Station. That elevator worked out, but when we went to the Bloor line to get the one stop from Spadina to St. George, that elevator was down too. We ended up at a different location trying to figure out what to do. I had my twin sister with us, and my two-year-old in a stroller, and my 5-year-old was refusing to walk. At that On that day, efforts to find an alternative route exceeded an hour and a half just one way. We had initially planned smooth sailing as we checked access apps prior to leaving, and our AGO tickets were free. We continued walking, but then had to take separate cabs all the way back. On these attempted trips and others like them, it is as if the TTC is saying, "Hey, Terry Lynn, wheelchair-using mama, why did you choose to go anywhere? Hey, disabled people of Toronto, please stay home." It is because accessibility on the conventional system is so neglected and so inaccessible that Wheel-Trans family of services users cannot be made mandatory. Universal access on the TTC is a requirement first, and the TTC has known about this request from the accessibility community since the inception of family of services. The TTC has also refused to acknowledge these experiences. The disability community has shared that the FOS is unsafe, that the conventional system is inaccessible, and that people will stay home without access to door-to-door Wheel-Trans service. Causing and contributing to isolation in the disability community is simply unacceptable. The disability community does not need, nor does it, has it ever needed, this scam called family of services. Stop functional assessments and all of the inventory and resources dedicated to it. Put all of the funds into elevators, track upgrades, and addressing overcrowding. We do not need travel training, broken elevators, failure to deploy ramps, subway platform overcrowding, and significant gaps on platforms are not issues remedied by travel training. I've asked this question before. How much money, time, and resources is funneled into the travel training department, the functional assessments department, the needless appeals processes? How much is this wayward project of family of services costing? I actually want to know. Scrap all of these programs and take all of these funds and put them directly into real tangible access. Further, the TTC should consider offering advertising on the outside of Wheel-Trans buses, not just on the inside, and try to generate some kind of funding for this system. Let's be innovative. Let's make the future of transit accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Lynn. Any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Next, we have Adam Cohoon, and then we have August Puranath from TTC Riders. Adam, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me debut this day on the day of International Day for Persons with Disability. This is the season of hope. And I know most of everyone here is going to be telling you what shouldn't be happening. But I want the commission and the board and everyone to actually look over the years at the wish list of things that could actually be done with technology to make things more accessible. There are some places where, because we and TTC Riders will be talking to you about this in the coming year of 2025, where the theme will be wayfinding, that some of the elevators are very popular, and the people know where those places are. Elevators are. If you were running a private shop or private business, you might be actually thinking, can we put in a second elevator? Can we do other things to actually, make things better? Start thinking about some of these places putting in a second elevator and stuff. Also, let's honestly look at the price of platform edge doors to actually make the system more accessible. Let's look at the barriers. Let's see if we can even cut some of these trips and do things properly. And yes, we are always gonna have to have wheel traffic, but you've gotten into a situation where instead of actually making things properly accessible, you've given every excuse not to look at things or not really think about things, and you've decided, oh, rather than make things accessible, we'll figure out ways we can use some of the rules and the laws to force people into the regular system by using a family of services. This is akin to somebody on a budget deciding they are going to buy parts for the car or parts for, let's say, a bus, in this case, the TTC, buying them cheap and telling the mechanic, oh, well, it is a wheel, it is the right shape, but you'll just have to use a wrench and some tools to push it into place. Rather than make things properly accessible or let the individual decide what accessibility looks like for them, you are actually deciding what you are letting a jury of people not decide. You are letting a jury decide what's accessible for somebody else rather than really understanding that they made the choice and stuff. And there's also tectonic plates. As I've said before, there are parts of the TTC that are making decisions that are secretly taking accessibility away, like the guards in the middle of the train. I know things were, but we were promised a blue intercom button on the rocket trains in lieu of the card. We never got the blue button. We just got the yellow emergency strip, which you are not supposed to press. That is only for emergencies, akin to 911. This is because all of the things, nobody has really listened to what ACAT really needs or what is really needed. Everybody's been told, no, you can't have that. Nobody's actually listened. And so we are just told, we are forced to accept this inaccessible system.
Adam, I'm going to have to ask you to please wrap up. You're over your time.
How many minutes was that?
You're at 23 seconds over of your 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. I just want to say, thank you for listening, and I just want to hope in the new year that during the holiday break, more of you will read what the community is actually saying about accessibility and not just believing what the staff is going to probably show you in a presentation in a few minutes where they're going to say everything's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much, Adam. Next, we have August, and then after August, we will have Jane Rowan.
Hello, my name is August Purna, and I'm here on behalf of TTC Riders. We submitted a Freedom of Information request to the TTC in the summer, which revealed where the highest concentrations of Wheel-Trans Family of Services trips were being taken. As it turns out, Toronto's racialized and lower-income suburbs, Malvern, Rexdale, and Lawrence Heights, were where the highest share of family services trips were taken out of all areas in the city, making up 12.4% of all family of services trips, even though it only has less than 4% of the whole city's population. In Malvern, one of the neighborhoods with the highest share of family of services trips, 90% of the population is racialized. Malvern also faces some of the longest commute times in the city, with 18% of commuters traveling for over an hour each day. That's 1.5 times the average across the city. Restricting door-to-door Wheel-Trans service and implementing mandatory family of services would deeply affect more residents in Toronto's racialized and low-income neighborhoods, like Malvern. This FOI also raises questions about the number of family of services trips and their cost avoidances. The FOI data that we received shows only 8,261 trips were taken in 2023 under family of services. So imagine our surprise when, in today's report, we saw over 900,000 family of services trips in the 2023 report, with $33 million in cost avoidance. Voluntary trips taken on conventional TTC by Wheel-Trans users are being conflated with booked family of services trips involving trips that are a mix of TTC and Wheel-Trans. TTC does not have access to Presto data of Wheel-Trans users. So how does the TTC estimate the ridership of Wheel-Trans users who are voluntarily taking the conventional system? The chart on page 11 of this same report today says that it's an estimate based on a survey. This is very troubling because if you didn't know the details of this program, you could look at this graph and be forgiven for assuming the TTC would be saving a lot of money if family of services was made mandatory. But that's just not the case. Back in 2023, the TTC gave a much smaller figure, $5.3 million if family of services were made mandatory. This raises some very serious questions. How accurate is the TTC's estimate of the ridership on the conventional system if they're relying on a survey? Is the TTC conflating two types of data and trips? And is this overinflated budget savings being used to justify a future where family of services is mandatory and forced onto people? That is the end of my deputation, but I will now share the experiences of a Wheel-Trans applicant who could not make it here today, Susan Grabeck from Toronto St. Paul's. Susan says she's always been an active person who relies on the TTC to get around all of the city to get to all of her activities. Now coming to terms with marked changes in her mobility, it hasn't been easy. It's very much a life-altering change. Susan applied for Wheel-Trans a few weeks ago. 4 days after the application, signed by her doctor, was submitted, she was granted conditional eligibility at rush hours only. Susan says no one looked at her medical records either before or in the weeks after making this decision. If they had, they would have learned that she has a pacemaker and is being seen by a cardiologist and respirologist, and currently is in a cardiac rehab program. Her arrhythmia does not occur at rush hours only and is exacerbated by extreme temperatures, potentially leading to stroke or heart failure, as pointed out in her application. A series of tests are being conducted to determine the cause of the pressure on Susan's lungs before deciding what further procedures are needed. What they also fail to learn is that Susan has to get to some 30 medical appointments between now and the middle of February, regardless of weather conditions or transit delays, and possibly more after that, in Scarborough, Etobicoke, North York, and downtown. Susan says she could have provided more detailed information in her application, including any supporting documentation at the time she made her application to the TTC, if the TTC had clearly indicated that this was the expectation, but they did not. On the contrary, not only was extremely limited space provided in which to detail her disabilities and their impacts, she was required to sign an authorization for her doctor to release her medical information to be reviewed if required to process the application. Susan wrongly assumed they would request those records. Now she has to jump through appeal hoops and any final decision is delayed. Susan applied for Wheel-Trans hoping she'd have a true winter because she really needs it then. But what happens now? Her wonky knee means she can fall on the ice or twist her ankle in heaps of snow getting off a bus or going to a bus stop. She doesn't drive and doesn't have that option. So outside the conditional rush hour Wheel-Trans she has been given, does Susan simply stay home alone, especially when the weather is bad or the forecast as it might be? She did that.
August, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please. You're over your time.
Yeah, during the heat waves and the winters past, or does she pay for expensive cabs? The last thing I'll say is that Susan says, uninformed and arbitrary decisions are being made that affect real people's lives, your constituents' lives. It's not okay to cut costs on the back of the disabled, and people don't need to be told when they need Wheel-Trans. They know when they need Wheel-Trans. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. The final deputant we have is Jane Rowan, and I believe she's online. Yes. Go ahead, Jane. You have 5 minutes. You're on mute.
Yes. Everyone with such good presentations, I feel kind of stupid with mine. But anyways, I'm 80 years old. I have a walker now, and I'm blind in one eye, and I'm a conditional rider. And most of the time, I'm riding downtown on Sunday morning to go to my church and back. And one of the problems I have with the family of services, which I've been denying, is how they plan my trip home. They might let me go one way direct because I can't do streetcars going down because the ramp getting out of a streetcar is too steep and I trip on it. So I get downtown and then I'm picked up at the church and taken to a nearby subway station, which is accessible. And I take a bus up to Eglinton Avenue, where there I'm supposed to get on a Lawrence Street bus and go over to Lawrence and Don Mills Road, where I get off the bus and then wait for someone to pick me up there on the corner. I don't know if there's any seating because that's, or any shelter, but anyways, that's where I would be picked up and then driven down to Eglinton Avenue and over to my house, my apartment. Strangely enough, I could have taken the Eglinton bus across and it would have dropped me at the driveway to my apartment building. So it doesn't make sense to me why I'd be taking that trip and going further out of my way. And when I take family services, I found that I can't contact them for an earlier pickup. Sometimes you're finished earlier at your appointment than you want, and you can't contact them for an early pickup. So it's really difficult in that case. And the other thing I found is that the timing between walking quite often is way less than mine. I'm not exactly strong and mobile, so it ended up one time I had to walk to the theater from the Dundas subway station, and it was such a long walk and with stairs and with crowded sidewalks, and by the time I got to my theater, I was out of breath and thought I would collapse. Luckily, someone at the theater helped me in. And finally, another issue I had too was I used to visit my mother every week. She was dying in Etobicoke, and I'd go over every Sunday because I didn't want to do rush hours and visit her. A direct trip would be half an hour, and so I'd get there rested, and I could only stay with my mother for an hour. After I get my ride, the ride normally would have been great, direct, but they had me going on a Wheel-Trans family of services where they picked me up at home, took me over to Warden Subway, which is further away, no, Woodbine Subway, which is further away from, it was going east instead of west. And then I had to take the streetcar to, the subway to Jane Street. At Jane Street, I got a Wheel-Trans pickup. And again, he had a different address for my mother's home. She's at Scarlet and Eglinton, and he was taking me to Islington and Eglinton. So eventually we got that fixed. And by the time I got to my mother's that day, it was an hour and 3/4 in transit. And most of the changes in location did not have chairs. And at the time I only had a cane. On my way back, it was the same route back. and it actually took me 2 hours to get home, which I could have driven to Barrie in quicker time than that. So it was very tiring, and I don't know if I would have done that again, but luckily I haven't. So basically, it's those are the concerns. Is I want to be able to contact them when en route. I want to be able to say no to what plan they have, so I can say, hey, I want to get the Eglinton bus, not the Lawrence bus. So we have to be able to modify our family of services as we go. Or when we're booking. And that's basically my big issues is basically I want to be able to control more where I'm going. And, you know, there aren't never enough seats. Oh, and by the way, the bus that comes here, the 100 from Broadview, we go by 5 schools. So I get to put up with, you know, teens with backpacks being loud. We go by a couple of malls and we pick up bundle buggies full of stuff. And so it's not convenient. And of course, the steep slope up the
Jane, I'm going to have
drop-down.
to ask you to please wrap up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm finished anyway. So I want to thank you for letting me just tell you all about my trips. I wrote about 8 stories about it, and I did go on that TTC testing last year for Wheel-Trans too. So anyways, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Jane. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes the deputations on this item, and we will now move on to questions. Does anyone have any questions of staff on this item? Commissioner Sachs and then Commissioner Matlow. 5 minutes, please.
Yes, I hope a quick question. What steps is the TTC taking to update how we process applications in light of the appeal decisions?
So through the chair, so the appeal process, Commissioner, was developed as kind of that last line of defense, if you will, to make sure that, you know, we get eligibility categories right. So there is that initial assessment that takes place where we ask the applicant and then the healthcare provider to give us as much information as possible to make that determination on eligibility. It's then, you know, a couple of deputants mentioned there's a functional assessment that takes place. That's kind of the first line where if the applicant feels like something is wrong or we don't feel like there's enough information to make that eligibility decision, then that functional assessment takes place to come up with potentially an updated eligibility category, and then it goes on to the appeal panel.
My question wasn't what is your process. My question is what are you doing to incorporate the results of the appeal decisions so that your process doesn't miscategorize so many people?
So through the chair, we have an ACAT member on that appeal panel. So that is something that we talk with that ACAT member consistently about the results, about the process, whether they think it is fair. We also have a member of the TTC on that panel as well. So we are in constant contact to determine whether or not we feel like the process is right. As well, we have a contract with, occupational therapists, which again, we review those determinations and all the results, and we look at, that set of determinations and what has changed and what's not to potentially inform us if a change needs to be made.
And have you made any changes at all as a result of the appeal decisions?
So through the chair, we changed the supplier I think it was 3 or 4 years ago now, of who does those appeals. There was, a few things that we learned from that. Again, we have this contract, I believe, comes up next year, so that's a review we'll do again to take place to determine whether or not that we will continue on with the same supplier or not. We are also open to any feedback that Gabriel was his name is, potentially going to give us to inform us anything more that we need to look at in terms of the appeal process.
So have you made any changes yet to your criteria as a result of the appeal process?
what criteria would you be specifically looking at?
Okay, I'll take that as a no, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
Perhaps to preface, the reason that you're hearing so much anxiety from the community is because not of what you're recommending today, obviously, but where people believe it's going. Is staff's intention to bring forward recommendations to further cut door-to-door wheel-trans service to have more people find themselves conditional? I'll start with that. Is that where you plan to be going?
So through the chair, no. We absolutely understand the deputant's concerns, and the TTC is not forcing anyone to use family services, and we have no plans to do so. Unfortunately, the province mandates that we categorize people based on their individual circumstances and categorize them into one of the 3 mandated eligibility categories. However, it's important to know right now that even with conditional eligibility, no one is being denied door-to-door service, and again, there's no plans to change that. And we've, hopefully, I really want to reiterate what we've tried to reiterate over the past couple of years, is that there will be no move towards mandatory FOS unless directed to do so by the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagdale, you had questions? 5 minutes.
I did. Thank you, Chair Myers. So just to confirm from staff, there is no desire to make family of services a mandatory transportation approach. And do we have any desire to remove door-to-door service in the future?
So through the chair, yeah, that's not a consideration at this time, and there are no plans in the future to remove it, again, unless directed to do so by this board.
Okay, terrific. I want to jump on Commissioner Sachs's train of thoughts around some of the learnings, and maybe I'll ask the same question a different way. Were there any significant learnings over the last couple of years that may have shifted the way that you determine who is eligible for the service or not?
So through the chair, I mean, not necessarily. You know, we believe that there's a lot that is determined by the AODA that mandates us to do certain things. However, that being said, we are always receiving feedback from our customers, from our advisor committee on accessible transit, in terms of the barriers to using the conventional system. So, you know, absolutely, we take that feedback. We most recently updated what's called our eligibility key a few years ago, which is the tool we use when we receive information from customers and healthcare professionals to allow us to determine an eligibility. We've made some changes based on that feedback from our customers and from ACAT. So, yeah, it is something that we are consistently looking at, and we will continue to pivot. However, we are still mandated to have those 3 eligibility categories of unconditional, conditional, and temporary, where we must, you know, fit all our customers into.
Is this story, and I'm listening to the rhetoric of our deputants today, and it sounds like there's this common theme around having to constantly appeal. And I wonder if this is a common story. And do you have a percentage on the number of applicants that are appealing the decision?
So through the chair, I don't off the top of my head, Commissioner. However, I can tell you it's very low. It is certainly under 5% and between 1% and 5%, but I'd have to take a look and report back to the board on that percentage.
I think that'd be something that I'd like to just get an understanding of. You know, the data points that we have today speak of a narrative where there's constantly this miscategorization and appeal process that happens. And I wonder if there's some rethinking that has to be done around the process in place to ensure or categorize around eligibility. Those are my only questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Thank you. I want to thank the the deputants today too, but what I was hearing from pretty much all of them were questions that addressed the issues of service levels, comfort of the individuals. Some raised the compliance with provincial legislation requirements. The report that was submitted, my reading of the report, it shows that we're pretty much in compliance with the requirements at the provincial legislation. I didn't see that we were offside. So really, we come back to this question of the level of service and comfort of service, and so the almost impossible question that we have to answer, we have to deal with, is what is reasonable, what is affordable, who defines what is the right level of service, so that TTC can provide, because there is a finite budget that is available. So a question I have for TTC team is, to what extent can we go back and ask the question, or at least share our experience, our analysis, the comments we're getting from those to whom we provide the service, as to what the social and financial support the province might be able to supply. It's their legislation, it's their requirements. So clearly it has raised that question of, well, what does it actually mean? Because I think we all agree we have our own definition of what that could be. So that's my question. Is there room here to go back to the provincial government and say, okay, we've opened this door. Clearly, there's further question is what social and financial support can be provided to address that level, the concern around level of service and comfort.
Thank you for the question through the chair, and I'll have Karen Thorburn add to this too. So just to kind of reiterate, we'll always have door-to-door, some level of door-to-door service. We'll have always trying to find the right mix between a family of service model and traditional door-to-door wheel-trans service. In finding that, I think what you're looking for, like what does that mix end up being? I think it's going to change over time, especially as we continue to invest in our conventional system, but we can pull together what those cost impacts look like and relay or channel that to our provincial partners.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Kim, then Commissioner Holloway.
I'll be really quick. In reading the 5-year strategy, there's a very brief reference to the Toronto Seniors strategy. And we all know that this is a demographic that is growing, and with that also comes not just physical disability, but mild cognitive impairment, that whole spectrum that runs to full impairment. But for those who are still capable of living in the community, who require wheel-trans services, and who have mild cognitive impairment, has there been any consideration or plan or strategy with regards to that population, which is growing?
Through the chair, and I'll ask for maybe Cameron to chime in on some of the eligibility requirement changes. So a couple comments is, one is that our eligibility and those eligible has increased dramatically for the reasons you've described, especially with as our population ages in the city, and so that's one of the pressures on us having to, providing more wheel-trans services in every form. And on top of it, there have been legislative changes to eligibility, which has expanded beyond what I think was been for much of our wheel-trans history, has been the provision of certain services for, I would say, a much narrower band of mobility challenge and disabilities. And so that eligibility has increased on top of the fact that as our population ages, we have to provide more services to more people.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Holloway, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the review process where wheel-trans customers are categorized. And so I heard there's a panel, and I just wondered how that process, is it governed by legislation or does it fit within our plan? Why are we doing that?
So through the chair, yes, so it is governed by legislation.
Okay.
So that we are required, specialized transportation providers are required to establish an independent appeal process to review decisions respecting eligibility.
Okay, so it's an independent appeal process. And how would you describe the governance around that? Is it a tribunal? Is it something subordinate to that level of formality?
So through the chair, so it is a panel. There's an occupational therapist on the panel. There's a transit expert on the panel. And then there's a member of the advisory committee on accessible transit. And it is a decision that is made based on the three opinions. So they come to a decision amongst the three on the panel to determine if something needs to change and what needs to change.
So other than asking questions here, is there a way that I can look up more information about that panel and its outcomes? So, just basic stats. How many appeals were made? What were the outcomes? Not necessarily getting into the case files, but some overview of the activity. Is there some place I can go and look for that?
So through the chair, no. However, that is something we can certainly supply the board with.
And so you got to my question. The 5-year plan indicates that there's an annual check-in both to the ACAT and to the board. And I wondered, without me going to the formal step of making a motion, is that something that could be supplied, even high level, right? X number of applications to the review, X number were sustained, X number were changed, that sort of thing. Just as a matter, I guess, of good governance, just if there's a decision-making process that somebody has oversight, and maybe it's not even the board, maybe it's to the right governing body, but do you think that's something that could be accommodated?
So through the chair, yes, absolutely. We can include that as part of the status report, and I think we're targeting halfway through 2025 for that.
Sorry, I'm going to squeeze one in, Mr. Chair. So if I recall, there's about 15 or 16,000 people in each of the two categories, and a smaller number that are in the temporary category. So the total pool of users would be low 30,000s, correct?
So through the chair, we have just under 40,000 current active customers, of which just over 16,000 are conditional customers.
Okay.
Those are the customers that potentially could have the ability to use accessible conventional transit.
And so I think the stat you'd given us before was that it was 1 to 5% of the number of these instances are appealed. So do I take that it's anywhere from 400, 500 to 600 appeals? Maybe more.
To the chair, yes, that would be a valid assumption.
Okay, so at that number, would I be correct to assume that it's not an onerous task to get in there and take a look at, here's the total number of cases, and this is generally where each of them went? Sorry, not each of them, but as a summary, they went.
To the chair, yes, it would not be onerous. We have all that information, it would just be packaging it together.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Any other questions? No? Okay. I have a couple questions. So I guess the first question is, when someone applies for wheel-trans eligibility, how is their medical history and any relevant documentation such as doctor's notes treated? Because I think what's concerning is that we've heard instances of doctors making recommendations and then them being denied service despite the doctor's recommendation. So I think if I can get an answer on that.
So through you, Chair, we take all the information that is made available to us either by the customer or the healthcare provider. So we ask the healthcare provider to give us all relevant information. So we take that information, and based on the provincial mandates in terms of those eligibility categories and barriers, we then determine the eligibility based on that. So we do our absolute best based on the information that we do get. If we don't get all the information, absolutely, then that's where a customer could indicate that we may have missed something. and we can go through a functional assessment to make sure we get it right. But all that information, I can assure you, is taken into account and applied, and we do our absolute best to determine the eligibility based on that information.
And the person making the determination, is that a medical professional?
So through you, Chair, no, they are not a medical professional. They are a trained community ability liaison employed by Wheel-Trans, but they are not a medical professional.
Is that something that perhaps needs to be re-examined, in that we've heard pretty consistently that the medical information being supplied is not being taken into account? And then we heard from Gabriel's deputation that when they do appeal, he's successful.
So through you, Chair, it's possible. Listen, I just got the number in front of me, so it is 1.13%, the amount of applications that are appealed for 2024. So I would state that it doesn't seem like it is, although obviously there's anecdotal evidence of that, it doesn't seem like that is an issue that is happening consistently, but it is certainly something that we could consider instead of the community ability liaison approach that we currently have, and then having the functional assessment and then appeal process after that.
Thank you. And then I guess the other thing I'd just like to ask about is there an explanation as to why, I guess, certain neighborhoods, Lawrence Heights, Rexdale, Malvern, would be, those Wheel-Trans users would be disproportionately being asked to use family of services?
So through you, Chair, unless I looked at the specifics of the data, I wouldn't be able to confirm exactly it. However, what I would imagine is that those neighborhoods have the highest concentration of conditional Wheel-Trans customers. And again, it is completely voluntary. So those trips would have been voluntarily selected to be taken, those family services trips. So that would be, without diving into the data, that would be my determination, is those neighborhoods have the highest amount of conditional customers who are opting into voluntarily family services trips.
Thank you. And just for my clarification, if someone is given a conditional trip, so they are asked to use family of services and they believe that they should get a door-to-door trip, how would they go about changing that?
So through you, Chair, the individual, the customer, has to actually opt in to a family of services trip. So they actually have to select if they would like to take a family of services trip, or tell the reservationist if they're on the phone that they would like one. If they don't, they can deny it, and they can just select the door-to-door trip.
Sorry, we don't, yes. Okay, so there might be an issue where that is not working out as well as we think. I guess changing gears slightly, I also read in the report there was talk of the travel companion pass being introduced, but there was no timeline, and I know that's something that we've talked about at many of the ACAT quarterly meetings. So do you have any update on that program?
Through the chair, we'll provide an update. We're scheduled to provide an update at the ACAT next meeting, the, executive meeting. But right now, we continue to push and prod and work with our partners at Presto to try and find a solution there. As it stands right now, though, we have a system in place where our station staff can accommodate and been trained to do so that if there is someone traveling with a customer, then they're to kind of allow them in that instance.
Thank you. And the other question I had is, so at Young Bloor Station, there are indicators on the platform as to where the accessible seating is. Is that going to be rolled out to the rest of, I guess, line 1 and line 2 in terms of indicating where the accessible seating is going to be for the trains?
Through the chair, I don't have a firm commitment on that. I think we are looking at expanding it, Chair, but there's no solid plan to roll this out throughout all the stations, but I can certainly take that back to see what the possibilities are on that.
And through the chair, maybe I'll just add, as part of the wayfinding strategy that's going to be coming forward to the board, accessibility is a key element of that. And so, of course, that would include traditional static signage, but looking at other ways to make sure that wayfinding is made easier and more dynamic for all of our customers.
Thank you. And I just just for clarification for Cameron, you and I have had many discussions on Wheel-Trans services. Have we ever talked about making family of services mandatory?
Through you, Chair, no, we have not.
Yes. And I'd also just like to highlight, there has been a lot of good work going on. One of them has been with the drop-off points between 905 and TTC. Could you just explain some of the work that's gone on and some of the results of that collaboration?
Through you, Chair, yes. So there's been a lot of work over the past 6 months or so in trying to coordinate with our GTHA partners those cross-boundary trips. So a trip which either originates in Toronto and then ends in one of their surrounding regions, or vice versa. And typically we've had some issues where customers will have to wait at a transfer point, and they could wait up to half an hour, 35 minutes to get the next paratransit vehicle from the surrounding region to pick them up to take them to their final destination. So we realized that was an issue, and there a lot of work has been done to improve that, and I can report that over the past few weeks, we've been able to bring that down to under 15 minutes now. So it was now just 13 minutes, the average transfer time between surrounding regions at a transfer point. So a lot of good work has been done. We're going to continue to work on that, but just something that we're proud of the work we've done, and we hope that customers are seeing the difference if they are having to travel cross boundary.
And what was it when we started?
So through you, Chair, it was around 35 minutes or so.
You've reduced it by more than half.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. And one just final question. Is family status considered when making a determination of conditionality, i.e. if someone's traveling with children or anything like that?
So through you, Chair, it is, if there's a barrier to using the conventional system because of that family status, yes, absolutely, it is considered.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further speakers, questions, we will now go into speakers. Commissioner Matlow, I see you have your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a motion to request that TTC staff explore and report back with an equity analysis of the impacts of family of services trips on Wheel-Trans users, along with requesting the province of Ontario to provide funding for increased Wheel-Trans service. Every part of the city that I've been to, I've heard from people with disabilities who've told me that they rarely feel seen or heard by City Hall, by government in general. They are rarely the focus of our attention, never mind a priority for our public policy. And I can't help but think, as an able-bodied person, what if tomorrow I found out that I had multiple sclerosis, or I was hit by a car, or a family member or a friend is disabled and just wants to live a functional, happy life, like all of us want to, and we want our loved ones to. And I look at the service that we provide, and while each of these individuals have their own stories and their own journeys, they face challenges because of their disabilities every day. And I just intuitively believe that our job as public servants is to dismantle as many obstacles as possible to make their lives more functional and better, rather than put up more barriers, more obstacles, more bureaucracy, frankly, that makes it more difficult for them to be able to navigate through our city and to be able to live the lives that they wish to. If somebody is just labeled conditional and they find themselves in a situation where they know, based on their comfort and their ability, that they need door-to-door service to get to school, to get to their job, for recreation, whatever they want to do, and they find themselves in a situation where they fear being stuck in a station that is not accessible, that they're worried about crowding, that they don't believe that they're going to be able to get the service they need, that they need to rely on to be able to live their lives well. One option is that they get stuck in a situation that, as Jane said earlier, will put them into a state of anxiety, fearing just how to even deal with that situation that wasn't set up for them. Another option is that they don't leave home, that they don't go to where they'd like to go because they don't believe that they're going to be able to get there safely or well enough. What we have in front of us boasts about staff saving $120 million through mixed Wheel-Trans and conventional trips. But this number is based on a single survey. We don't have a lot of information to base our decisions on. We are hearing from Arch Disability Law that appeal after appeal after appeal is successful. The system we have now is not working. And so what we're hearing from the community is, don't make it worse. Don't go in the wrong direction. We heard very reassuring statements from staff that that's not where they're going. But let's forget about that. Let's work on making it better. Let's understand better who's being affected by being labeled conditional. And as Arch Disability Law said earlier, a lot of people don't even understand what that means when they're told they are that. What rights do they have? What services are going to be removed? Let's work on that. Let's start to fix that. And the first thing we need to do to be able to fix this system is to understand who's being affected and how they're being affected. And that's what this motion asks for. We also understand that this is affecting people in areas like Malvern, Rexdale, Lawrence Heights, areas that are already underserviced by transit for all of us. And now for those with disabilities, it's even harder to get around. And we need to make sure that everyone in our city, no matter where they live and no matter who they are, has access to the city and access to a full life. So I just want to conclude by, I want to commend TTC staff for the good work that they're doing. There have been significant investments into many of our stations to make them more accessible, fixing old escalators and elevators. There's a lot of good work being done. But until every station is fully accessible, that every individual has full access to our city from door to door to get to where they need to go, then we're leaving people out and we're leaving people behind. And that's not good enough. In other words, until we actually fix the system for all of us, it's not good enough for any of us. And I want us to be dedicated to fixing it for every individual. So let's start by getting the information. Forget just a single survey. Let's actually fully understand who's being impacted and how. And let's work on improving the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Commissioner Osborne, 3 minutes clarification.
Could you put the motion back up for me, please? So, Commissioner Matlow, you spent all your time talking about the first part of the motion that's up there. My question is actually about the second, and I'm wondering about, I don't know how in tune you are with all of the umpteen priorities that TTC has with the province of Ontario, and I'm just wondering if we might decouple that from your first motion so that we can just make sure that, we've got subway cars, they're going in not on an ad hoc basis on these things. I'm pretty sure there is some kind of strategy governing government relations, and that your request on the second part of your motion get subsumed into that process rather than it being like an order to go ahead and lobby the government when there may be many other parts to our government relations strategy that we're not aware of.
So I feel very comfortable with the motion the way that it's written. I believe that this is a priority to ensure that Wheel-Trans is funded effectively and adequately. It isn't yet today, and we rely on the province to be able to support us, given that we are arguably the most underfunded transit system anywhere that I know of from higher orders of government. So I feel very comfortable setting this as one of the, yes, admittedly many priorities that we have, but this should not be considered any less of a priority than what we're already asking for. What I'd advise you to do, though, is that you're welcome to vote on this ad seriatim. You can separate it.
Okay.
And that way, if you want to vote against it, you're welcome to. I would encourage you to vote for it, though, given that it's a good thing to do.
I don't have an issue with the notion of it. I have an issue with coming in on an ad hoc basis, not knowing what else is swirling around. That's all.
That's your prerogative.
Clarification? Commissioner Holliday, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The first part of the motion asks for an equity analysis of the impacts of family of service trips. So the report and the comments, and I know there was a little bit of disagreement on the floor, but generally speaking, there is an option to opt in or opt out. How does one calibrate an analysis when there's an optional dynamic?
So it's not optional whether or not we deem somebody to be conditional. And we want to understand what impacts are being experienced by people who live in inner suburban areas of our city that already have a dearth of access to transit, the way that other parts of our city enjoy. We want to understand how it impacts people of color, people with disability, people who have different types of disabilities. We want to understand how it impacts older adults. We want to understand how it impacts people from lower income brackets. We want to understand how it's impacting people who are being told that they should be using family of service rather than automatically have access to door-to-door wheel-trans service.
Did I understand it incorrectly, though, that someone can make an adjustment to the plan and opt out of family of service and go back to door-to-door? So just how do we get an accurate picture?
My understanding, and staff are welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, is that if you're deemed to be conditional, you have to go and actually make the effort to go and appeal. And as I had a conversation earlier with Arch Disability Law, who represents some of the appellants, they're able to almost every time successfully represent those appellants on the appeals. But there are many, many people, again, this is impacting roughly 16,000 people, or potentially could. There are many, many people who are not going to know of Arch Disability Law, or they're not going to know what the process is or how to access it. So there's a lot of people who are just going to find out that they have to go through the process. They're told that they're conditional and they don't know what to do about it, other than they find out that they don't have access to door-to-door the way that they used to.
Thank you, Chair. Could I raise a point of order? And this may be a unique request, because I don't know how easy it is to access the tape, but I wondered if staff could just simply repeat the answer they provided earlier on that question as to the mechanism, like the detail of when there's a booking and somebody has a conditional status as to whether or not they can choose to go to a door-to-door service. Is that possible? I mean, I should turn around and ask it, but I can't play the tape back, I don't think, the same way.
No. No? Any other questions? No? Okay. Anyone else? Clarification of the motion? I just had a quick clarification. Commissioner Matlow, when you say equity analysis, would you be comfortable if that analysis was done by the Racial Equity Office?
Yeah, I mean,
the issues generally.
Certainly, I'm not going to prescribe exactly who does it, as long as the right people do it, and whether they lead it or they're involved in it, of course.
Thank you. Okay. Any other speakers on the item? Yes, Commissioner Holiday, 5 minutes.
It's only briefly, and to my colleague, I always appreciate Councillor Matlow's intentions on this, but I did have a concern about the analysis when there's a variable in there, and staff were able to confirm it, that I think I understand it correctly, that when a person is offered a family of service journey, there's still an opportunity to change it. So I'm not sure that we get a true picture if there's a choice put in there. I think there's a lot of interesting questions to ask about this system and this service, but I don't know what we're going to get back when it comes down to different variables that we couldn't possibly understand or know. So I just wanted to make that comment. I think it's important to the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes, please.
Again, I appreciate Councillor Matlow, your motion, but I would say with respect to the first point, I think that's exactly what we've heard today. There is a question of equity, so I don't know what more work would give us except answer that question, and so I think it would be redundant, expensive, and it's not going to tell us anything we don't know. We know there's an equity question, and that's what we've been discussing. As to the second point, I think it's too early to make that submission. I think first we need to understand what that requirement is. We need to define what level of service we can provide, and then follow. I would support that, but I think it's just a bit early to ask for that, so I will not support the motion. But thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. I will be moving a motion. So motion simply states that staff explore and report back no later than September 2025 on opportunities to maximize TTC investments in providing accessible transportation services to customers with disabilities, and that such opportunities be informed by an analysis of approaches other transit authorities may be employing to meet increasing demand and associated cost of paratransit services. So my motion is simply just looking at ways that we can improve what we're currently doing and seeing if there are other jurisdictions that are maybe trying things that we should be looking at in terms of how we move forward. I think we've heard pretty clearly from many deputants that there are issues with the family of services models. That's not through any ill intent, but that's just rather through, it's a complicated system. And I think one of the things we have to keep in mind is that the door-to-door service, it's a it's a lifeline for a lot of people, but it's also a very expensive service. It's $50 each way, $55 each way versus the $55 subsidy versus a $5 subsidy on conventional transit. We've seen in the budget in this year quite large growth in Wheel-Trans services, and we expect this growth to continue even more as the population ages, as the population grows, as the eligibility categories expanded. So now we, for example, allow Wheel-Trans service for people who are neurodivergent. So these are all good things in terms of expanding eligibility, but we also have to be honest and realistic about the level of service that we can provide and making sure that everyone who needs service has access to the service, and that the investments that we're making in the conventional transit system, that they are fully utilized to their maximum return. Regarding the question of bringing this up with the province, we speak regularly with the province about a variety of issues. That's something that I'm happy to take upon personally. Greg, you also speak regularly with the province. I've seen those letters. So yes, this is something that we have no problem advocating for. This is definitely a priority. We've heard that from the deputants. I've spoken to many of the people of the service, whether as TTC chair or as chair of TAC. So I know that this is something that a lot of people rely on, and this is something that it keeps people up in terms of will they have access to the service that they need to live full and independent lives in Toronto? So happy to take any questions. Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I propose what I hope is a friendly amendment. Rather than saying we should maximize what we spend, could we maximize the effectiveness of what we spend?
To maximize TTC, the effectiveness of TTC investments?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Clarification of the motion? No? Okay. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, so we will go to voting. So the first vote will be on, and did you want a separate vote on both items? Okay. So, okay. So we will have a recorded vote on both items. The first will be Part A, or the first part on the equity analysis. All those in favor of Part A? Yeah, it's recorded. It's recorded.
Sorry. Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Holliday. Opposed. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Madlow. Commissioner Moyes.
Strongly support.
Commissioner Osborne.
In favor?
Commissioner Sachs. Chair Myers.
In favor.
Part A carries. The vote is 6-3 in favor. On the second part, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Jagdeo.
In favor.
Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
Support.
Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed?
Commissioner Sachs. Chair Myers.
In favor.
The item, or Part B carries. The vote is 7-2.
Thank you. And then on the motion that I've put forward, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Thank you. Next, we will go to the easier access, item 5. Pardon? We have one deputant on this item, Adam Cahoon. Adam, are you there? No? Okay. So we will hold this. Does anybody have any questions of staff on this? No? Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Yes, of course. Yes.
If I may have a bit of latitude, I just wanted to ask about the situation with the ramp at the Bloor Yonge Station. Someone asked me about it, and I didn't have the ability to respond, so I thought I'd ask about it in public. So at the Bloor Yonge Station, on the north side, when the station connects to the concourse level, there's an older ramp there, and it's quite narrow, and it has a switchback in it to bring you from the concourse level to the actual ticketing level of the station. And because of the width of the ramp and the confined space, the turn at the switchback point has a quite narrow radius. And if you have a larger mobility device, like a longer scooter, it's really difficult to make the turn. So I wondered if staff could comment about what the longer term prognosis is for that ramp, because I don't know that it meets the current standards for accessibility.
Through the chair, so I'll answer that question. So we know the ramp you're speaking of, Commissioner Halliday. When it was built in the mid-1990s, it did meet the Ontario Building Code requirements. Obviously, since then, the accessibility best practices have evolved, and the ramp doesn't currently comply with current OBC requirements. That said, there is an accessible entrance, so we'll ensure that in the interim, while we wait for the Bloor Yonge project, which I think is going to kind of address all that, we will be 100% sure to kind of advise our customers with field staff.
Alexa, turn off the TV.
Okay.
I'm here.
Sorry,
You called on me.
Adam, yes, I'll get to you after the staff are done with the answering the questions.
So for further clarification, it may not formally be an easier access project, but among the larger package at the Bloor-Young, there is a vision for that ramp in the longer future.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And in the interim, there is an alternate, which is the other station entrance, as far as I understand.
Yep, that's correct. That's the one at 33 Bloor Street East. And again, that is a viable option for our customers. So in the interim, while we wait for the Bloor-Young capacity improvements to happen, we will ensure that message is nice and clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? No, I have one question though, similar to Councillor Holiday. It's not directly on the report. However, one thing I do note is that when we are making elevator repairs or escalator repairs, often the equipment is left out in the TTC stations for months, and it creates tripping hazards. It's unsightly. Is there any way that we could have the equipment there for a limited amount of time, like let's say a week, rather than keeping it there for a prolonged period of time because it just doesn't look good and it's unsafe?
Yeah, through the chair, I think for anything longer term beyond the week or 2 weeks, we'll make that a point to make sure that it's stored appropriately. So we fully accept the recommendation.
Thank you very much. And now I will go to Adam. Adam, you have 5 minutes, please.
I thought I was disputing on both items earlier. That's why I thought I had 6 minutes. But this is where I do want to thank you for the long discussion we had earlier. This is where the hope comes in. If you really do want to make it so more people don't feel like they have to use wheel-trans, even for the family of servants, if you really take the accessibility seriously and look at the wish list of accessibility items that we have requested over the years and put a serious plan together, then there will be real freedom in picking between wheel trans and accessible transit. So I encourage the board to actually look at all, not just what you want or what fits in your budget, but look at all options to make the system accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you, Adam. So we went through questions of staff. Are there any speakers on the item? No. Okay, can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? I'll move. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And just a mistake on my part. Can we just go back to item 4 and reopen that? I forgot to move the item as amended. So this is the accessibility, 5-year accessibility plan and wheel trans transformation program update. So I will vote to reopen. All's in favor? Great. And then I will move the item as amended. Then I'll move the item as amended. All's in favor? Thank you. Yeah. And then we can leave for break now, and we will come back at 2 o'clock. And the first item will be on the Phelps search. Yes, item 17. Thank you. No, that's my mistake. Oh, sorry. So 17? Oh, there. Okay, so we are now going to consider item 17, presentation, summary of feedback, Chief Executive Officer search. We have a presentation from Jason Phelps Group. Welcome, Jason. I think Heather is there as well. Hi, Heather. So please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and great to see some folks and some faces that we spent time with on video as we went through the consultation. So we've got a few pieces today. We thought first we'll touch briefly on the process, just high level on our timelines and the process we're going through and where we're at in the process. One. Two, we'll give you an overview. We've shared with the board the collective feedback, but we've actually broken it down a bit more as well based on some of the groups that we heard the feedback from. So we'll share a little more on that. And then three, just give you a final glance at the posting that will be going live after today's board meeting as well. So on the screen up front, you'll see our process overview. A couple areas, we're well into the process, as you can tell. We have had an extensive consultation piece, so we'll talk about that. We had upwards of about 40 one-on-one discussions. Certainly took a bit of time, and we took November to get through those. In addition to that, as most of you are aware, we had a public survey that went off TTC's website. We had well over 1,000 responses on that survey, and we had another survey that went through the employee base, and we had another over 1,000 responses. So we've compiled everything we've heard, and that's what we'll give you an overview on today. We've come through that part. You can see on the screen it says October. It was really October, November because it was so extensive, and we wanted to give everyone enough time to be able to provide feedback. We are now moving into our candidate outreach. So we've developed our initial research list at this stage. We're sitting with about 150 individuals that we'll initially be reaching out to globally. In addition to that, postings will go live, as I'd mentioned, after today's board meeting. And we anticipate going out to market for December into January. Holidays always slow down a process for a few weeks, so we want to ensure we have enough time to be able to really target a global market, give individuals enough time to consider the opportunity and submit their candidacy. And that would bring us back to present our long list to the selection committee. We're proposing the first week of February. The committee will decide on who they'd like to move forward to the interviews at that stage. And you can see we've got some broad weeks here, but week of February the 10th, we anticipate first interviews. The following week, getting into secondary interviews and final interviews, and then into offer negotiation and finalizing the recruitment by the end of February as well. From there, it's whoever the successful candidate is and whatever that transition looks like as far as a start. So I'll just pause for a moment. Mr. Chair, open it up for any questions on the process or timeline.
You can do the whole presentation,
okay.
And then we'll... yeah.
Excellent. All right, so we're just getting the overview up on the screen here. As I'd mentioned, we've shared the presentation with everyone. Chrisanne, we can flip 2 slides forward, please. There we go. Let's go to that one first. So I mentioned briefly 37 plus. I think we actually ended with about 40 one-on-one consultations. There were some great input. We had the board, we had the leadership team, we had key transit advocates, we had key partners for TTC. We went down to some of the CEOs of larger transit agencies across the US to learn about best practices and get some insight on what an ideal profile for a transit leader and CEO would look like. In addition, I mentioned the survey. You can see that magically it ended up being 2222. So we had, and we double checked those numbers, but we had about 1,100 public responses, just over 1,100, and just over 1,000 employees completed the survey. We go next slide. So Heather and I will bounce back and forth a bit on sort of what we've heard. We won't walk you through detail by detail because we have shared this and you've got this, but we have segregated a bit to give you some indication as to some of the priorities we heard from the public versus some of the priorities we heard from the employees. So that's what we'll share a little more today. You can see from an experience perspective, obviously the leadership, the organizational management perspective. So it came through clearly that the individual needs to have experience leading large, unionized, multidimensional organizations. We asked each stakeholder whether transit was a requirement or whether it was broader operational experience. Consistently, I would say the message came back that transit is preferred. Transportation seemed to be the broadest mix that we got from the stakeholders. So the focus is going to still be heavily around transit. Even within that, there was a strong focus on urban transit knowledge versus broader commuter rail and more rural systems. So there was a strong emphasis that came through all of the consultation around understanding large urban context and understanding dynamics of multimodal transportation within urban environments. Previous experience, obviously implementing organizational and cultural change is important. As we know, TTC is going through a lot of change. Improving operations and workplace environments. That ability to blend, sort of that efficiency that can come in private sector, but understanding the accountability that comes to public sector organizations and being able to navigate that, ensure there's a strong accountability and strong risk management while navigating the political and intergovernmental landscapes. Lots of key stakeholders involved in TTC, as we know. There was a strong focus around the strategic piece. So we did hear operational strength, transit operational strength specifically would be ideal for the CEO. But again, we heard a lot more around, we need clarity on the strategic side. We have the corporate plan, but we need alignment for the senior leadership team around what are our key strategic goals, strategic objectives, and where is transit going over the next 5 to 10 years? So somebody that can bring that view to the table and bring that strategic focus. You'll see the second point is the knowledge around international best practices. This came through quite frequently in our consultations with somebody that can bring ideas to the table for TTC from a global perspective. Somebody that's seen different systems, other urban systems as well, systems that work well, where innovation has been driven into transit as well. There seemed to be a strong focus around that and trying to find better, faster, easier ways to deliver the services, of course. We know the stakeholder and government engagement is a huge piece of this, so that's municipal, provincial, federal governments, from a funding and a policy perspective. And then, of course, the strong focus around rider experience, accessibility, and affordability. Safety, top and foremost, security and safety came out as leading indicators and leading aspects for the new CEO. And as I give you the breakdown between the public and the employees, you'll see, again, security and safety right near the top. Somebody that can really thrive under the pressure. TTC is a pressure environment, lots of eyes, lots of awareness. It truly is a fishbowl as well. So somebody that can navigate that is able to maintain that calmness under pressure, that can embrace change and really build a culture around change as well. But somebody that still has the ability to provide clarity around the vision and drive innovation into it with a focus around modernization and adapting transit systems. We've talked about the stakeholder engagement piece, relationship building, union leadership, other key partners, lots of key partners for TTC, both within the city and outside of the city. And an individual, the visibility came out as a strong point for the new CEO as well. There was a lot of focus around that, and we heard this from the public and from employees a lot, was somebody that is going to be visible, somebody that will be seen on the system, out talking to the public, out visiting employees, visiting union leadership, getting out to the various yards as well and facilities. So visibility was a very strong component that came through in the entire consultation. Obviously, somebody that brings the honesty and the ethical standards and the integrity, those are core aspects for the new leader, and somebody that is a strong champion of equity and inclusivity as well in their leadership style. Some of the capabilities, I've touched on these a bit. I won't go too much more, but the transit operations and infrastructure. We're a bit of a spread there. Generally, transit operations came out consistently as the key aspect. So you can see up on the screen, transit ops, safety protocols, infrastructure, and maintenance, all within a unionized environment. We did have some stakeholders that had said somebody could transition in from the infrastructure side, from the capital side into this, as long as they had some scope around transit operations still. But I would say the vast majority, probably 2/3 to 3/4 of the stakeholders said operations experience within transit is still number one, even over the infrastructure side. So that was the one piece there. The strategic planning we've talked about, of course, the financial management is a huge challenge for TTC. So that proficiency in long-term planning, the budgeting, capital project management, someone that's skilled in securing sustainable funding and can work with the chair and the board and mayor and council around advocating for funding, policy reforms in public sector. Somebody that really is able to drive the metrics and the analytics into the culture as well, and to work with the board around what are the key metrics that the board needs to see and would like to see. What are the key metrics for the leadership team, and how does this get embedded into the culture? So that was a big piece. Again, we know technology is transforming every environment, and transit's no different for that as well. Embedding technology, finding digital transformations really to be the underpinning of all of this. There was also a strong focus, and I didn't drill down right in this point, but there was a strong focus that came from the employee base that we need a CEO that understands the value of investment into the back-end operations, into technologies, into processes, and into some of the support systems that are required to build an efficient transit system. Those tend to be areas that are harder to get funding for an organization, of course, but an area that TTC needs some significant investment and some focus on as well. And that came out loud and clear. The stakeholder engagement piece and the public advocacy, I've touched on that. Christian, we can go next slide. Here's where we have the split now, just to give you a little more insight. So on the left, you can see this has come from the employee survey. On the right is from the public. What was interesting is we've correlated the 40 consultation calls, the public and the employee base, and that's where you've got the summary from. You can see up here that there is a lot of consistency from what we heard from the public survey, from what we heard from the employees, and what we heard from the key stakeholders as well. The order they came out as far as prioritization varies slightly, but lots of consistency. So from employees, obviously around the integrity, the transparency, the visionary thinker as well within that empathy, the emotional intelligence, the approachability and visibility in that piece of it as well. And then of course the accountability and someone that can drive decision making and brings decisiveness to the table. You can see the similarities on the public, the visionary leadership, the accountability, the transparency, the empathy and compassion, and again, the strong advocacy skills to really help position TTC. From an experience, you can see from the employee base, a little broader, transit and operations experience on that piece. The public, generally, it was transit experience. It didn't drill down to whether that's capital, operations, or maintenance within that. But then it did drill into more operational knowledge again. So we've got the consistency within that. The public had a strong emphasis around public engagement. That gets back to that point I made earlier about visibility in the community. Someone that's on the system, someone that's out there listening to the community and listening to citizens and taking that perspective as well. And again, that international perspective. There are some great transit systems and TTC is absolutely up there globally. But again, let's learn from best practices that are out there around the world and where can that come in. From the, let me see here, from the experience side, I think I've touched on those pieces. The employee side had a little stronger focus around diversity, equity, inclusion than we got out of the public survey. A little stronger focus again on that internal piece. So the change management, the modernization, the financial acumen as well certainly came out stronger, and then obviously the public sector and union relations. Around the competencies from the public, strong focus around customer-centric approach. That was consistent across the board with the one-on-one consultations, the public and the employees. Employee base gave us a stronger focus around that effective communication side. And I think it was the clarity around the communication. We did hear a lot of feedback, both on one-on-one consultations from the leadership team as well as from the employee survey, that TTC still needs clarity around what are our key objectives and what can we wrap around as a leadership team, and how can we help employees understand how they really impact those strategic goals of TTC as well, and where that alignment is. So look, a lot of focus there that came out of that piece. Technology innovation came out much stronger in the employee base than we heard through the public survey, but a lot of these aspects were very similar, data-driven decision-making as well. Challenges, opportunities, I'm gonna hand it over to Heather to touch and walk us through some of this.
Hello, everyone. So I'm just going to stay high level again and just give you sort of the key top topic areas that came up. We often say that opportunities and challenges are one and the same. We seize challenges to turn them into opportunities, of course, at the same time. So as you look at funding and revenue challenges, definitely this one is pretty easy to explain. You know that you do have limited funding for operations, infrastructure, modernization. So being able to address fare evasion, identify new revenue streams, being able to secure stable funding from all levels of government, and promoting transit-friendly policies. Certainly strengthening those partnerships and strengthening partnerships beyond the traditional partnerships to private entities as well, and transit agencies, of course, community stakeholders, all to look at innovative ways of driving in funding. Workplace and organizational culture. At the present time, we've heard a fair bit about the culture, and Jason's alluded to this as well, and the need for a culture shift, agent change. Really, the workforce morale is not as engaged as it needs to be in some ways, so the workforce morale is low. A bit of mistrust, we heard, in leadership. And, you know, this resistance to change, typical of, you know, a longer organization that's been running for so many years. So talent drain to competitors, really looking at the compensation model, looking at there's limited diversity in the leadership table as well. We also heard some mention around just more women and equity around women in the transit sector. Building an inclusive, transparent, collaborative workplace culture, and strong leadership development, critical in today's world. We're seeing such a reskilling happening in the workforce, and that ability to build the development, the leadership capabilities in the team that exists. Attracting and retaining diverse talent with competitive wages. That's a piece I know that there's certainly restrictions around, but looking at other ways to attract talent, and career development is one of those. Equitable practices certainly is attractive, and helping to build the brand to attract new talent. So navigating these complex labor dynamics and fostering collaboration being really important. The operational and infrastructure issues, there's backlogs, there's reliability issues. There's lots of different areas that have been addressed in this statement here. You know, there's a lot to be done here, and it really is pretty self-explanatory, so I'll move on to the next. Safety and public trust. This is going back to that shift, as we heard it, on a culture shift agent, and really continuing to rebuild safety trust, public trust, but also building a culture that really enhances and is a safety culture, not just enforcing policies around it, but actually building a culture that's focused on this. Technology and innovation, really trying to improve processes, leverage new processes, digitalize, data-driven approaches. We really want to position TTC, as what we're hearing, as a world-class transit system that has innovative, customer-focused solutions. Stakeholder and strategic alignment, so managing the conflicting priorities from governments, unions, the public, while still maintaining the strategic focus of TTC. And then again, continuing to strengthen partnerships. So when we look at what we heard from, if we could flip to the next slide, if we look at what we heard from the survey respondents, again, we'll see some alignment, but we also see some differences here. So from the internal employee results, we heard a lot around the culture and the morale. We heard around the financial side of things, as Jason had mentioned earlier, so funding and budgetary constraints. Publicly, the public's aware of this. You see financial constraints as something that's being emphasized. The aging infrastructure and maintenance, again, this is something that we're seeing on both ends. The public are seeing this just as much as the internal state employees. Public perception and safety concerns, and so that does tie in a bit to that declining public trust in TTC and working on ridership recovery. Technological integration and modernization is being recognized internally, which is very, very prominent. And employee retention and talent development being a key player. Union relations and political and bureaucratic challenges. Again, if we look over to the public results, the only difference is the interagency coordination that was highlighted here. Looking at how things were framed as opportunities, certainly we heard from the employees restoring the public trust and reputation, driving technological innovation, improving inclusivity and accessibility, fostering employee engagement, and expanding the transit networks, collaborating with stakeholders, advocacy and funding opportunities, and promoting organizational efficiencies. The key pieces that are different with the public are the transit expansion and modernization standing out, but that was a bit mentioned in the earlier stages of as a challenge by the employees, advocating for stable operational funding. Cultural transformation, so again, that was identified in the challenges of the employee group. Customer experience enhancements, sustainability and innovation, again, strengthening partnerships, a common theme here, rebuilding public trust is a common theme, and that visionary and growth perspective.
And again, you can see a lot of consistency from what we've heard from the public, from the employees, and from the key stakeholders as well that we met with. And that's key for us is, sure, there's always some outliers there, but I think that the fact that we had such consistency around the top priorities, the top challenges, speaks to sort of the public's perception of it, and right through to, of course, the board as well and stakeholders. And we'll wrap up here with success factors. Oh, maybe we just. Oh.
Sorry, I'm trying just to get reconnected. Just one
Okay, so I'll start talking about the success factors while we get a connection back. So when it comes up on your screen, you will see that it's a fairly long list of items that the new CEO has ahead of them stepping in. Success factors we always position to say look out 18 to 24 months, realizing you're not moving mountains in that time, but what would actually be noticeable and have changed in that time to demonstrate that we're going in the right direction and you've got the right leader. Just touching on some of the collective ones. Oh, here it comes right here. So you can see there's a nice lengthy list for the new CEO stepping into this. Obviously someone that, the number one piece was this clarity around the strategic vision. Strategic direction, really working with that corporate plan, but getting alignment around, where is the leadership team going? What are those long-term goals? And working with the board in this as well to get that alignment. Somebody that's by that point been able to foster the trust and alignment with leadership, the board, obviously, unions, and the key stakeholders. Heather touched on the workforce development. So again, training, the development programs to really enhance some of those skill sets to help staff understand as well, where there is a road for their growth and their support. Competitive salaries. We know transit's an extremely competitive environment. We've done a considerable amount of work in the field, and you have a lot of competition. Other public sector entities that may have a little more latitude around compensation, but also the private sector. And the private sector is recruiting extremely aggressively right now, given the amount of expansion that's taking place throughout the GTHA. The efficiency internally. So again, someone that's looked at the structure and maybe there's some streamlining around organizational layers really driving accountability throughout the organization. We did hear a lot of, we need decisions to be made at the level decisions should be made as well. And we have heard that a fair amount flows up and is fairly centralized around decision making. And so there's a strong push to say, distributed leadership model and getting to a point where there's accountability resting in the right places across the organization. That system reliability, obviously TTC is well on the way on this one as well, but you can see some of those points, the system reliability, the consistency. We heard a lot of feedback through surveys, but also through some of the calls of, you'll see a screen that says 4 minutes and you're waiting 15 minutes. And so there was a lot of feedback of, let's at least be consistent on what we're seeing. If it's going to be 15 minutes, let's show 15 minutes. So some of those aspects as well of just the communication, the transparency, and the accuracy of what's being communicated to the public within that. The on-time performance, of course, we know, and everyone in here knows about that. Maintenance efficiency, again, are there efficiencies within the maintenance processes, addressing some of the backlogs, the modernization, of course, a new funding announcement this week, and the integration there. The modernized infrastructure, again, making some headway on this. You can see some of these items are obviously much larger than 18 to 24 months, but I think the message we had was at least some noticeable impact or direction or clarity around how we're making progress on this and where we're heading to. The implementation of a comprehensive safety framework to address violence, harassment, fair evasion. Introducing measures like platform doors came up. Of course, we know the costs associated with things like that. But again, getting clarity around that and improving the safety aspect. Service expansions, of course, some additional success around funding and continued advocacy at all levels. Stronger focus around the performance tracking, so the metrics piece of everything. Transparent performance metrics, clear KPIs, some transparency and stronger transparency to the public as well. Enhanced cleanliness, communication about service changes, consistency around the messaging as to what the public sees, and rebuilding some of that trust. We heard a lot of, we have to get back to a point where the public becomes the advocates for TTC as well. And we have to get back to that, the word I've heard a lot is pride throughout the organization and pride in the community of TTC again as well. Employee morale, that really comes to that pride piece. And then the workplace culture. So just our final piece here is the breakdown on the next slide from the public versus the employees again. We can shift slides. So here's key accomplishments, 18 months between the two. So you can see from the public, service reliability and efficiency was number one. Probably no surprise in any of that. Improved safety and security was number two. Improved infrastructure and maintenance, more efficient customer experience and communication. So again, that transparency and frequency around communication. The ridership growth again, and that increase in public trust. And then the increased funding and advocacy component. So those are the top results from the public. From the employees, that clarity around our strategic goals and objectives throughout the organization, and really helping all levels understand how they're connecting and how they're contributing to the success of TTC. The improvement in employee engagement and morale. The increased organizational efficiency. Restructuring came out in that piece. I think it's more clarity around some of those aspects. Improved financial stability and funding, the modernization, and then safety, security, and clarify and really advance some of the DEI initiatives as well. And we did hear some good feedback on the progress that TTC has been making in some of those areas. So on that note, we will pause. That's sort of the summary, and Mr. Chair, hand it over to you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Osborne, then Commissioner Holliday, then Commissioner Sachs.
Chrisanne, could you put the presentation back up and go to the second last slide? Just wondering, it was called Key something in 18 months? And what is that compilation of? Just the, because I noticed you had another one that had from the public and then another bunch. So is this from the, in quotes, insiders, or the?
Combination. So
Okay.
this slide you see here, this
Yeah.
is the summary, including the public, the employees, and the consultation calls we had. So this is everything together. The next slide, we broke down sort of the priorities from the public versus the employees, just to give you a better breakdown.
I thought those were much better, the ones from the public and the,
It's, if you
and the employees, if you don't mind my saying. But I think, are you going to do an edit on that? I'm hoping,
which an edit?
on that one?
Yes, to streamline it, we will be, as far as how we're communicating with candidates. This is an all-encompassing list that we've heard collectively, and you're right. The next slide really gets it broken down to, your top 6 or so that are surfacing.
There are a number of things on there that are just completely fairy tale land for a CEO to accomplish in 18 months.
Absolutely.
And never mind that they're not even budgeted like platform edge doors. So that stuff is just, it's going to fog up the conversation, I think, if it's not subject to some edits. Anyway, you get the idea. I had a number of other things in there, and I'm going, what? But as long as you're going to tighten it, I think we'll be in okay shape.
We will, and as we're positioning it to potential candidates as well, we really do zero in on the top, say, half a dozen or so priorities that surface to the top, so there's clarity as well. And it's not overwhelming for someone exploring the opportunity.
I know, I'd head for the hills if someone handed me that list.
Definite unicorn.
Thank you. Commissioner Holiday.
Thanks, Chair. What do we know about who responded to the public survey?
So we can't see who responds to the public survey because it is anonymous, and we are very firm on that piece of it. So what we do is when we go through the results, we look for outlier comments, we look for consistency in comments, and that's where we saw, in this case, fairly strong consistency with what we've heard from the employee base as well as other stakeholders. Now, in addition to the public survey, we did have a chance to have one-on-one consultations with several transit advocates out there that also represent public groups, and that's been incorporated into the feedback as well.
Do you know of or suspect any coordinated efforts to partake in the survey, particularly through advocacy organizations? There's nothing wrong with it. I just want to make sure I understand what I'm hearing and who it came from. Or do you have some confirmation that it's truly a random participation from the public?
So the best we can go on that basis is there are built-in sort of protections within the software and within the platforms to prevent any system from providing multiple attempts. When you go into the survey, you can't get back into it again. So we know there are unique identifiers with each respondent of the survey. And I think from the commentary as we went through all of the feedback, we had enough diversity in the feedback to show a broad spectrum from the public as well. So we do feel confident that we've got a good read.
Thank you. Could we see this slide that says, if you don't have it, it's okay. There's a slide that says experience. And maybe what I would just say in my question is, it's rather generic in how it addresses experience. And you've very carefully chosen the words. Then I looked at the experience section, if we can forward. So that's the first one. The second one is the internal versus external.
Mm-hmm.
And there was experience as a subheading right there.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you could comment how far apart the public versus the internal was when it came to describing experience. And I'll focus on the word expertise. So the very first bullet on the left column is transit and operations expertise under experience. And then on the top public results, it's transit expertise and operational knowledge. And they were described very differently, but I just want to get to the heart of it is, did you see a difference between the two? And did you see a perceptive difference between experience and expertise, those words?
I did. So it's interesting. My mic's on. So the difference we saw as we went through the results was from the employee base, there was a much stronger emphasis on operational experience and expertise, whereas you'll see the word operational knowledge from the public. So as we dug into the public survey results, that transit expertise got broken into, we had folks saying Could be consulting experience with transit organizations
Right.
globally. It could be experience around modernization. It could be strategic experience as well with transit organizations, but there wasn't the focus on we need to have an operator in the seat, whereas from the employee base, and I will say from the 40 consultations we did with the stakeholders, operator came out a lot more frequently.
Okay.
With the public, it didn't have the same level of focus. So it was, what came out was operational knowledge. We need someone that understands how transit operations works from a broad perspective, but there was more focus around it. Could be someone that's led large infrastructure or capital projects within transit, or brings a strategic focus or a customer service focus versus the operator.
So the ability to get that knowledge could be included in that. Okay, so now the really hard question. Maybe not. So we're at a very interesting time in geopolitical relations. Post-election, there are important decisions to be made that could have a big impact on our dollar value. How important is an international marketplace? And if there's a significant change in the Canadian dollar, does this then have a significant change to this process? Knowing that we need to attract people here and be able to pay them in Canadian dollars and pay them enough money to live in this city and so on. So, what does that look like? And are there any parallels in other industries that are grappling with a similar issue? Thank you, Chair.
Great question, and it is a challenging question. So internationally, I think there's still very strong scope, and we've already been having conversations with leaders across the U.S., across Europe, into Australia, and we're touching into Asia as well. Where we feel we will still be quite competitive is across the European, Australian, Asian markets. U.S. markets could change a bit in that regard from a compensation perspective, but again, there could be other motivating factors for individuals to have an interest moving north of the border as well. So until we truly get out and have that conversation with candidates, it's hard for me to give you a clear answer on that, Councillor.
Commissioner Sachs, do you have questions?
I just wonder about the process of managing expectations. I mean, you've asked for the perfect, impossibly perfect person with control on an impossibly large number of things. So eventually you're going to bring us a human.
Yes, that's our goal.
How do you plan to manage the gap between this list of 100 wonderful, perfect things and the actual humans that might actually want this job?
So our goal is to have a diverse mix of candidates to present to the committee within that. And as we go through the screening, the long list, and the assessment of candidates, then we would really be working with the committee to start prioritizing within some of those aspects as well as to what stands out and what doesn't stand out. You're right, there is no one individual out there that can check all of these boxes. And no matter who's hired, they will likely need to be propped up in certain areas where they might be a bit weaker. And so that's, again, will come down to advice from the committee, advice from the board as we go through that. And we have had some of that as well when we went through the consultation. But it is going to come down to selecting who brings the top skill set. I think, as we look through this, we are hearing a lot around public visibility, raising pride in the community, again, rebuilding trust, somebody that can bring that to the table, that employee morale, that pride internally, those are big aspects. And then the operational scope obviously comes out strong around safety, security, and consistency and reliability. So those will be some of the core underpinnings as we're assessing candidates. And then from there, we start working into the innovation, the modernization, and some of the other aspects as well.
So it sounds as if we've got 100 or 1,000 things we want and you'll prioritize them later. Wouldn't it be helpful to prioritize them first?
Yes, it will. I think what we would end up doing, and often what we will do with the committees, is as we're getting into the long list, we'll actually sit with the committee on these aspects to say, Here's where we will be able to find folks that bring this to the table. Here's where we are going to struggle to get this skill set, and then to work through with the selection committee around that prioritization that would take place in the screening process. So typically, we do that with the committee as we get into the screening process.
Can I just intervene for
Yeah,
just a moment? Just as well, I think there's some real non-negotiables here that are really clear. You know, and when we look at what type of leader we're looking for, there's definitely some alignment around the core messaging. What we've shared today really resonates in terms of the type of leader we're looking for. So there's some non-negotiables there. There's strategic capabilities. There's public engagement and communication. Like, these are non-negotiables. They have to have these abilities. The operational expertise, as Jason's highlighted, that is transferable to this sector, obviously. And the organization is crying out for a culture shift. So there's some pieces here that are just going to be core and fundamental. And then from that, we've given you a big list of what we've heard. And those pieces will be other pieces, as Jason said, that will sort of filter in, but they won't be as prominent as these other pieces that we've heard.
I mean, certainly for myself, I would find your advice much more helpful if you said these are the must-haves and these are the nice-to-haves, which is what we normally see in an ad, and I don't see that in your list. You just said we want everything, and I find that unhelpful in guidance. So I hope that when you come back to us, I mean, I'm not on the committee, thank goodness, but I think we need more guidance on real-life possibilities, recognizing that this list is impossible.
Right, and even on this list, so the way the list is sorted is based on priority that came out. So the items that do surface to the top are the ones that had the majority of the feedback on. So the list does have a broad prioritization. Yes, it's a large list. There's no question at this point, but it is prioritized. So those aspects around the funding, revenue challenges, workforce, organizational culture, public safety, public trust, those are the key aspects that really did surface to the top collectively on that. So there is a prioritization that's come through the list. We have everything in the list right now. You're absolutely correct. But if you were to go from the top down, the top 4 to 5 items all surfaced as the core priorities that consistently came out. But we will be narrowing it down, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other questions? No? I just had one quick question. In terms of process and outreach and consultation, how does this compare to the typical search for a CEO or the typical searches you do for public sector CEO searches?
In terms of the consultation, it's been extensive, which is good to see. When, this will compare to some of those very public-facing recruitments as well that we do. So TDSB, we're doing the Director of Education, fairly broad consultation on that, obviously, from the public, from students, and from parents. This is very much comparable to that type of scope. A lot of our public sector CEO searches would not have this extensive consultation, particularly from the public. So I think it is definitely demonstrating that the board is interested in hearing the voice of staff, hearing the voice of the public, and of the key stakeholders. Through these 40 calls that we had, we consistently had individuals say, thank you for including us in the consultation. Even from union leadership, we spoke to every union leader across TTC. We spoke to all your key partners. And generally, there was a strong message of thank you for including us in the process. So it was quite extensive.
Thank you very much. Does anyone want to speak on this item? Seeing no speakers, can I please have a motion to receive the presentation? Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now we will go to item 6, which is the work car hydraulic leak incidents update. Before we go to questions, joining us today are Solomon Janjuo from Hatch and Brian Suter from APTA. Welcome. We will now begin with questions, and I believe Commissioner Moyes, you held the item. Not online? Commissioner Moyes is not online. Does anybody else have questions about the hydraulic leak? Commissioner Holiday. Yeah.
We have one going.
If I may begin, thank you. There's great summaries in here, and there's 8 instances. The top question of my list is, RT56 leaked in January, and it leaked again in May 13th. That was a large leak, so there was a lot of documentation in here. Do I understand correctly, in both instances, there was a flaw in the hose, essentially an abrasion or a cut? Is that correct?
Through the chair, the answer is yes. If you'd like elaboration, I can get Hatch to provide you.
It's fine. My question is, how on earth did that first car get serviced and then have a second abrasion in another hose elsewhere on the unit?
So through the chair, there were 2 different hose abrasions, but the common factor was that the hoses were constructed improperly and routed improperly, and so there were 2 independent failures, but there was a common cause there.
Did anyone, after the first rupture, take the time to run their hand along the hoses or wipe them with a rag, just to look?
It's unknown exactly what they did. One of the findings that you see from the reports that's consistent between Hatch and APTA is a gap in record keeping. It wouldn't typically identify whether somebody had run their hand along the hose, like it'd be that specific. But even in terms of identifying, what hose specifically was used to replace the defective hose in the first place and why it was replaced at that time, these are kind of gaps in our record keeping.
So RT18 definitely was referred to as a hose crimp issue. Was for RT56, one of the repeat cars, was there a defect in the hose, or was the failure to do with abrasions?
Both. For the largest leak that we sustained that created the 70-plus hour delay, the hose itself was defective. It wasn't constructed correctly. It was a bit short. It was routed through the area in which it had to pass incorrectly as well, which introduced the opportunity for this abrasion. And so it was both the wrong hose and but ultimately the failure was due to abrasion.
Has anyone gone and at least visually inspected all of the hoses and all of the joints to date?
So I'll defer
for obvious,
to,
like
yeah.
my 12-year-old could have spot the cuts in these hoses.
I'll defer the
And I don't mean that to be cheeky. Like, these were clear. Even I could, any of us in this room could have spotted those.
So through the chair, we've done several fleet inspections since these incidents, and we continue to do hydraulic inspections of all cars going out onto the main line once a week. So closer to these incidents, we were doing it daily, and it's now moved to once a week where all cars going out get a hydraulic inspection. Some of the hoses are rooted in areas like under the engine compartment, not so easy to get to. But we are still cleaning and inspecting them. So it takes a bit of time to go through every single hose.
So on the May 3rd, on the pictures of the hose that failed on the May 13th incident, there's several abrasion points. It's not just one, there's several. Do all of those hose abrasion points have corresponding mating points that they were contacting, either another hose or a piece of metal or something that explains them, explains the shape of them?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Have all of those issues been addressed? Have they been separated? Have they been tied down? Have the abrasion points been removed?
So yes, through the chair, we are going through each car and we are rerouting the hoses so that they don't have those abrasion points.
Okay, RT 18 on May 26th, there was a failed hose clamp. And I'm going to summarize the report, high level. It just talks about it not being properly constructed, nor was it appropriate material. What is the status of our shop with respect to who builds the hoses, the cleanliness of the shop? There were photos and comments in here about the organization and the materials. How old's the materials?
Last question. So through the chair, we have, so who's building the hoses? We have licensed millwrights building the hoses. And since these incidences, we've had hose manufacturers come in and refresh them on how to build the hoses. We've also, we've also purchased new hose crimping machines to make sure that, we have the machines are working properly. And we also implemented quality control assurance checks through our engineers.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I found a consistency in all of the reports as to the fact that we do have a maintenance schedule or an assessment schedule that just isn't up to scratch. There's clearly greater maintenance is required. Some of it perhaps needs to go to the predictive point, but you can't get around the question of just revitalizing or reviewing the adequacy and of the whole process, and to inserting just more reviews than necessary, more reviews, more assessment, more analysis than likely the product provider may recommend. So I guess I'm working off a little bit the question that Councillor Halliday asked. Is there something should we be including in the contracts that we have with the providers to say, give us the most conservative maintenance schedule so that we understand what that might look like? Or are there predictive technologies and analysis that can be done, tests that can be done, so that we really do predict? We know beforehand that something could go wrong. So just maybe inform me a little bit around that.
Yes. So on the work cars side of things, unlike the revenue fleet, the manufacturers historically do not give us a lot of information on the work cars, like drawings and manuals and things like that. So we're going to work that into the procurement piece of it. So moving forward, any car we procure, we will be asking for adequate manuals, adequate drawings, and recommended maintenance schedules from the OEM. However, having that, as if any fleet, you have to take that and review it against your operating environment. So they might recommend a frequency of, I don't know, like 5 years, but then you look at your operating environment and it's harsher than what, it can handle, and you may have to increase that frequency to like 3 years. So it's two-pronged. First, you get the sufficient information from the OEM, and then basically, once you get the vehicle and you start working towards those maintenance recommendations, you also have to evaluate against your maintenance or your operating environment and make tweaks to that.
One more quick one. And that's totally logical. But can we take then the learnings out of this, these reports, and say, okay, here are the conditions that particular piece of the equipment, or these are the stresses it's going to put through. So ask for that they do more stress testing. Kind of go to there probably aren't particular warranties that you can get for some of these, but it kind of goes to that question of, if they were to look at warranties, or if they were to look at providing that kind of assurance, can we ask them to build in, or can we request, based on the experience that we've had, for just a higher level of testing, so that we have greater predictability, I guess.
So lessons learned, yes, we're going to look at that, and we're going to try and replicate as much as possible how we procure revenue fleets to the non-revenue side of things. And similarly, again, to the maintenance programs, we're going to try and replicate what we're doing on the revenue side to the non-revenue side. It's, on our revenue side, we have a much more robust and complete procurement plan and maintenance plan. So we just need to duplicate as much as possible on that side.
Okay, great. We should always take advantage of a crisis and a disaster to learn something.
Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
There were suggestions that when the RT derailed in Scarborough, that there was a lack of attention to maintenance and a lack of tracking. And similarly, some of the same things have been determined with respect to the hydraulic leaks. Is it a lack of funding? Is it a lack of the ability to hire more experienced mechanics? Is it the maintenance of the vehicles themselves and just the lack of the ability for, to do what we need to do? We just got a big funding announcement about the Line 2 trains, but that admittedly is a wonderful but ad hoc announcement. Do we have a bigger problem when it comes to the system at large? And while we're talking specifically about these leaks, should we be doing something more urgently and more publicly to address safety concerns that we might have with the other orders of government, rather than sort of hope that we get these ad hoc, political kind of ribbon-cutting announcements, but actually get real about what it will take to keep our system safe and in good repair?
I see them as two different things. The SRT is an aging asset, was an aging asset. I believe the maintenance was appropriate to the asset, but it was an aging asset, and you can't see what you can't see in terms of condition on an asset like that. The work equipment assets aren't as old. I think this is a flag. We step up our process for maintenance and inspection and QA, quality control. That is the direction we would go, and better configuration management, which means when you change the design or modify the design, it needs very thorough records for what was modified and drawings as well. So that also was picked up in one of the reports called configuration management. That's not being done with rigor, but needs to be. So I do see them as different things. I don't think there's a contagion here in terms of poor maintenance practices, but it is a message to say we need to step it up. Very different also in profile and use. The SRT were used frequently, daily. Work equipment sits an awful long time. And I do believe, I don't know if we can prove it, but I do believe there's probably a correlation to the very small work windows that Fort's team has to use that work equipment, and then the rest of the day it sits. That's not healthy to have equipment sit like that. It's designed to keep moving. So it's an interesting
Do we need
theory.
to provide more time, more hours, more support to our workers? I just remember in both scenarios, it took kind of until things were really far gone for any information to even come to the board table. And what I don't want to see a scenario occur again is that we find out that another line or another situation is happening that is creating delays or possibly creating a safety concern. And we're learning about it like long after there could have been maybe investments or something done that we could have been more proactive about.
I don't think this is an investment issue. I think it's a process issue. We need to have robust process that needs to be closely followed. Typically, in my experience, I would look to the supervisors who should own the process as opposed to the front line who actually do it. You've got to have quality control. And I think we have to, as an organization, get used to the fact that these are unusual vehicles. These are all one-off vehicles, by the way. Work equipment, they're not duplicate vehicles. They don't all look the same. One can have cranes, one can have other things. I've been to the company that makes them for TTC. and they're well made. So I think Rich has done the right thing in following up in terms of understanding how they were built, and the interface points in terms of rubber and metal should always be focused on. Doesn't make sense to have one against the other tightly. You string them differently. So that needs to, I think Rich is already on that. But what I would encourage, and we'll work with Rich on, is how do we step up the robustness of the process for maintenance and inspection?
Well, and thank you for that. And that leads me to my final question. I know we're going to learn more details in the new year, but we obviously, from a safety perspective, we don't want this to happen again. And then from a service perspective, we don't want those delays to happen again. How confident are we at this point that we've learned what we've needed to learn and that we've changed our practices effectively enough so that we are confident that we will avoid another leak again?
Last question.
So we're asking all the right questions, we're actioning the right things. So everything points to eliminating or certainly reducing drastically. The other thing that these reports don't necessarily pick up on is leaks are not all created equal. We're getting pretty granular on this, but so, like one might be a tablespoon
Sure.
and another might be a gallon. Reporting is different.
One that's impactful.
Right. So a bunch of these were the small variety, but they were painted with the same picture because technically they should be. And a leak is a leak in that sense. I'm more worried about the big ones because that's usually endemic of something else. So all the work that Rich's team has been doing is the right stuff. I'm confident with that. But we need to make sure the QA is there to double check it all. That would be my position on that.
Sorry, just to add to that, for your assurances, we are, to Greg's point, is that we are implementing many quality assurance programs and quality control checks. And part of that is through our internal audit team. They're going to also be doing a follow-up on all of our corrective actions.
The other thing that Rich said that was really important was whenever something negative happens, it's really important to look at the reverse engineering opportunity, which we are reverse engineering onto the revenue fleet. So any place, and I haven't talked to Richard specifically about this, but anytime you have an opportunity for rubber to have an abrasion against metal, that should be a flag. That should start as a yellow and go to a red flag. So we'll be looking for that. So we'll turn a negative into a positive, and then that won't happen. So those are the good things that you typically do at the frontline level for maintenance of rail fleet, whether it's work equipment or revenue fleet at that point.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, and just a reminder, we have a number of items and it's 3:30. Okay, please.
I know, and I'm still going to have to run off and give my speech, but following up on the questions of my colleagues, I was really struck by the letter from the union, where in essence they say we could do so much better on this if you'd let us. That there's too much central control, there's too much lack of trust, and you don't listen to our advice, you don't let us fix things. So, we had this long list of impossibly perfect people that the CEO is going to be, or maybe is. But part of it is a question of better relationships with the people who work here already. Is there an opportunity, as you say, to learn from this crisis, to listen better, work more closely with the frontline maintenance people? And, they say they can make this better if we give them a chance. Are you doing that?
Absolutely. I'm not quite 3 months yet, but we've reached out a lot. And I think if you asked Marvin, it's different. We're asking, we're consulting, we're collaborating. So all of that is the right thing. I was at Fort's team. It was different. It wasn't fleet maintenance. It was trackside maintenance. So we were in those meetings with them, and so they see the visibility, the opportunity to ask questions of me and of the team was there. They chose not to because they had other things they want to talk about. But definitely, if you ask the leadership of the ATU, I would say they have seen us turn a corner, and it continues to build. So there's a good relationship developing.
Right. A follow-up question is, why in the staff report don't we see the comments of the union? Would you consider seeking their comments on maintenance-related issues and incorporating them in the reports that come to us?
Absolutely.
Because that would be useful instead of us getting one report saying one set of things and a different letter from the union which is saying, frankly, incompatible things.
Yeah, I won't judge the union letter, but it was, I actually love working with them because they have extreme passion about what they do and they're very committed. So those are both wins. But we need to step up the collaboration. I think they're at the point where they want to trust. We've reached out and we've built the foundation. Now we've got to grow it. But absolutely, the example was the bus operator space design in Hamilton. That was a collaborative effort and continues to be.
Right, well, that's a great example, but they're saying they've recommended work, the recommendations weren't taken. They asked to do overtime, weren't allowed to do overtime. They could make parts, weren't allowed to make parts. Do you agree that these are accurate analyses of the problem? And if so, what are you doing about them?
So my view is where there's smoke, there could be fire, but I don't know those specifics that were included in their letter. So we will dig into that. But all I can say is that the level of respect is high enough that I would want their input without them needing to write a letter.
Okay. When will you be able to get back to us as to your evaluation of the comments in this letter and what you're going to do about them?
Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't come back at the next board meeting with commentary on that. Well, we only got the letter like everyone else. It was yesterday.
Right.
So we haven't had a chance to dissect it.
All right.
But it concerns me that, again, smoke and fire, so it's worth checking out for sure.
All right, and are you open to considering a process where in future reports about maintenance, you'll consult the union before you finalize the report?
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne?
Yeah, I also noticed in that letter some things that I thought were a little bit troubling. And I'm not sure, with the ability to manufacture parts, how much of it goes against OEM warranties and things like that. But to the extent that they can do this and they're willing to do it, I would love to have that explored. And then the second thing is just to add on to what Commissioner Sachs said is, in addition to consulting them and working more closely with them, I would add where it makes some sense empowering them. So not every decision goes way up the chain, that we can start, you mentioned this yourself, I think at our last meeting, that we can start delegating people who have authority to make decisions that are in their purview.
You're preaching to the converted.
Okay, thank you.
We're pushing that down, and I would defer to the leadership team. If you ask them if we're pushing empowerment, I think they would say yes in a pretty strong way.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Kim?
I'll be very quick. Have you considered an independent, and I hate to use the word audit, but an independent small team that's dedicated to doing these operational reviews, independent in that a small team that would report either to yourself or the chief operating officer or the chief safety officer, and that's ongoing, because I'm aware of other organizations where they do that. They could be part of internal audit, but they could be separate. But, it might seem expensive at first, but prevention is always cheaper than being reactive. And in this case, this extensive study and the hiring of consultants, it does get expensive. So like an ongoing, rotating, and maybe making it into a joint management union safety team.
I'm open to digging into that. I first want to check to gauge the robustness of our QA program.
Would it be independent?
QA would not be independent, but so that would be the value add for sure. But I want to mesh the two somehow. But open to that discussion. We'll talk it over with the team.
Thank you.
For the chair, there is a safety assurance check process that Betty can speak to. It reports independently to the chief safety officer.
Yeah, through the chair, as Ben mentioned, we can certainly look into that to see what else we can add. We have a series of about 70 safety assurance checks that we conduct on various aspects. So once this process has been put in place through operations, we can certainly go back and check against those procedures, definitely.
So one more point there. As part of our asset management plan, we are looking at third-party independent condition assessments as part of the asset management plan. It won't happen every single year, but similar to like when we were being evaluated for the Metrolinx upload, where we had asset condition assessments, we're trying to duplicate the same thing. But it would go from asset to asset each year, so it won't be every year the same asset, it'll be rotating.
Any other questions? Second round? Okay, I'll do my first round then. Since we have the reps from APTA and Hatch here, have you done other types of review of similar transit organizations? I'm just curious as to how we look compared to them.
Yes, this is Solomon Jantra from Hatch. Our SMEs, our subject matter experts, in fact, have done a lot of review with other transit agencies similar to the TTC, talking about NYCT, MBTA, WMATA, various transit agencies around North America. In fact, our subject matter expert was an OEM manufacturer himself for the work cars. And he's seen that the result or the outcomes or the processes, I should say, the processes that the TTC is using and their inspection regimen is somewhat similar. The other transit agencies are dealing with the same type of issues. So this is a little bit of the norm that we see in the industry for the work cars, non-revenue service vehicles.
Thank you. Of the 40 recommendations you put forward, are there any that you would recommend that we focus on as like these are the critical ones that we need to sort of start right away?
Yes, and in fact, I think that was highlighted in even the TTC's management report. One of the things that we are saying is that the maintenance records themselves, the system that the TTC is using, there's some weaknesses there. It should be improved on to make sure that it is reporting well and input is done properly. The other thing that we're looking at is to make sure that the maintenance regimen and what you do for maintenance and the intervals needs to be looked at to be improved. And then configuration management was already mentioned about configuration control. And Rich has already talked about the fact that there is going to be more concentration put on making sure that the documentation against these work cars, because they're customized type of vehicles, they're not revenue service where you have a lot of documentation on it. These work cars could use some supplemental documentation to understand things like hose routing and how they are placed and retained in place. To make sure. So that process, as I understand it, has already started with the TTC, so that's really good moves. But those are the most strongest points that we're recommending the TTC implement right away.
Thank you. Is someone from internal audit here or audit? Raj? Okay. Raj, I'm just wondering if you could just give me a quick overview as to the role your team will be playing in reviewing the work that's going to be going on prior to it coming before the board.
Right. So what we plan on doing, Chair, is we'll take a look at the observations that have been noted as completed. A good number of the high priority ones are expected to be completed by the end of this year. So our plan is to kind of try and tackle that in the early part of the new year to take a look at what that scope needs to be in terms of which specific observations that we're going to tackle. We'll take a look at it to see if these items have in fact been completed to the extent that the recommendations have been that the recommendations are in fact stating, and then kind of take a look if it's kind of applying a bit more broadly. We have to break this component, Chair, into, I would say, two components. One is what I call more of the design component, which is really to say, okay, have we, from a control standpoint, do we have the design and structure put in place to be able to, that resolves that observation. The second component is actually the operating effectiveness in terms of, is this being kind of consistently performed, right? So it's more consistency of performance. That is something that may have to come at a time a little bit later, because you want to give a little bit more time to make sure that these processes are being continuously performed, right? So, but we can get that design part of it done sooner, early part of next year. That's a tentative plan.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Holiday, second round of questions.
Thank you. My first question is to Mr. Janjua from Hatch. You have experience in assessing specifically hydraulic failures of equipment, yes?
Of hydraulic equipment, among our subject matter experts, yes, but this situation for the TTC was a little bit unique in the frequency and number, but yes.
Okay. In a general sense, how much of an impact does the operation of the equipment or the habits or input controls of the operator affect a failure? In other words, there's the age of the components, but also could the way that the equipment is used affect a failure of a machinery, just in general?
I do not believe that the operator would have that impact on a failure of the type that we've seen for these 8 instances. In fact, none of them has an operator element in it.
Okay, that's important. So I need to understand this. The hydraulic systems of these, are they not actuated by an operator? Are they a continuous pressure, or does the pressure go up and down?
I think there are some other experts that could tell about the way the hydraulic systems on these work cars function, but they're continuously run, and the operator, once it's on, if there is some sort of an issue with the equipment, that'll cause the types of failures that we've seen in these 8 instances.
Okay. Add to, sorry, through the chair. They're not under constant pressure. They do cycle. The pressure does cycle, and they cycle sometimes through triggering of automatic systems, or they could be triggered by a manual request by the operator.
So like a backhoe.
It's a bit of a mix.
Like a backhoe, it operates. Okay. Just a different line of questioning. Contained in the APTA report, and I'm not asking APTA, I'm asking staff, where did things end up with the AC clutch electric controls on the buses? Because that was examined in this, but it didn't have detail to it. So is there any conclusion or finding on that particular element?
Through the chair, want to go ahead, Rich?
Through the chair, I was going to say that I believe it was found that it was one-offs. We had 2 or 3 incidences, and it ended there. So there was some disconnected AC condenser units.
I'm sorry, I thought I remembered the number 10 in there, but what did the 10 refer to?
You're talking to the buses or to the?
Yep. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have my fingertips, long report. I just remember the number 10. And am I remembering it wrong? Was it only 1 or 2?
It was only, I think it was 2 or 3.
And so did they conclude anything? Did the connectors fall off?
Through the chair, so you mentioned AC clutch. I think the clutch failure was a work car failure. AC failures were on buses. There were under a handful of AC failure, like buses with AC failures. We believe that after some maintenance was performed on the bus, it was simply not plugged back in.
So,
So it wasn't a connector failure per se, it was just it should have been plugged back in at the end of the maintenance, it wasn't.
So there was no finding on that front from APTA, because it was under the cover of their report.
No, it wasn't a failure, so it was just a disconnected plug on all three instances.
HVAC system compressor. So I'm just reading. It was reported that 2 bus facilities each had approximately 10 buses that had the HVAC system's compressor clutch power disconnected over a 2-week period. So that's 2 facilities, each had approximately 10 buses. But there was no finding in that.
No, and I mean, we can refer to APTA, who's on the line here.
It's okay.
But my understanding is that no, there was no failure per se. That there was the only reason that it was even captured as part of this investigation is because it was roughly the same timing as other failures, but that there was no mechanical or electrical failure that resulted in that.
Last question, Chair, and it's a simple one. There's very detailed camera imagery in these reports. Do we have camera imagery from our shop areas that can show when the equipment came in and out, how long it was used, and it's not going to give you the torque spec of a bolt that was turned, but you might see the parts that came in and off the vehicle. Do we have any of that type of documentation to rely on? And was it used?
Through the chair, no, we don't have camera footage of the sort you're referring to. The thing that we would rely on in place of that would be maintenance records, which again has been acknowledged need to improve.
Thank you. And I think I saw Brian Suter's hand up from APTA. Did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I was just going to comment on the bus HVAC failures in the APTA report. The panel had interviewed employees from both those shops. They were found to be simply disconnected plug. Once that was discovered, the bus was taken out of service, and therefore the panel just found those to be isolated incidences that were remedied when discovered.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions on this? Nope. Seeing none. Do we have any speakers on the item?
Chair, I'll be really brief, but sometimes people ask, as a board member at the TTC, what keeps you up at night? Reports like these do. I think they're very serious. I'm glad that the consequences of hydraulic fluid leaks on tracks don't have a sad and tragic ending, but they're serious enough to make me think and pause and ask a lot of questions. And I think the board's indulgence and everyone's time on this, but I hope we do better. I expect that we do better. I know that we can do better. Simple things that really disturbed me was a unit that failed, and then it failed again several months later on a different hose. And the abrasions were very significant. Maybe they happened in a short period of time, maybe they didn't. But I would have hoped if that went into the shop to be serviced on the hydraulic system that, somebody would take a rag and wipe off the other hoses and maybe detect another flaw. I don't know why it didn't happen in this case. I hope we do better. And if incidents like this continue, I plan to ask a lot more questions at the board. But I think other members should, take note and take pause, and also expect that documentation be maintained. Going forward, we have these findings in front of us, and I don't know, I hope we're in a better place to understand should there be another incident that we can rely on the records. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Nope. Seeing none. Can I have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Oh, thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. On to our next item, item 7, the seasonal prohibition on lithium-ion battery-powered e-bikes and e-scooters and supplemental report equity analysis for seasonal prohibition on lithium-ion battery-powered e-bikes and e-scooters. And we have speakers on this item, beginning with Alan Yule. Alan, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, you may know that I'm polytransital. I'm also multimodal. One of those modes is a bike. Taking the first GRT bus won't get me to work on time, so I bike. It's all downhill to the GO station, so I get on my winter beater bike and go leg spit to the station and hope the brakes don't fail me. I park my bike and then continue my transit. Of the 7 GO train lines, the Kitchener line has the most amount of weekday bike travel on it. I am well versed on what their bike policy is and how it compares to what their reality is. As a chubby white guy, I acknowledge that there is a racialized component to gig work of bike couriers. That being said, you cannot buy a monster truck and then complain that there's no place to park it at the Eaton Centre. I have seen Commissioner Sack's bike. It's an electric bike, but it's not a monster bike. It may be a monster bike to her. This report looks to reduce fire damages, injuries, and possible death by imposing a seasonal ban on lithium-ion powered bikes and e-scooters. I think we can do better. I have a Samsung phone. If the battery has an issue, well, it will really mess up my trip, but it's not likely to take down the plane. GO trains generally don't travel in tunnels, subways do. We need to recognize that. If this train, if it had been in the tunnel at the time of the fire, it would have been much worse. To me, this looks like what I would classify as a monster bike. The bigger the tires, the bigger the battery, the bigger the fire will be if the battery has issues. From today's report, Boston doesn't allow e-bikes on their system at all. Los Angeles, Vancouver, and Washington have size limits for their e-bikes on rails and no e-bikes in buses. I would classify a monster bike as any bike that's tires are too big to fit in the bike racks that we currently use on our buses. These monster bikes take as many as 5 seats on a subway train, and if allowed on a bus, they would likely be blocking the AODA legally mandated priority seating. Any TTC bike policy, e-bike or otherwise, needs to be fair and clearly understood by our customers. When you fly Air Canada, or most airlines, there are size limits as to what you can safely carry on the airplane. We should do the same. The bike policy should be, if the bike's tires are too big to fit in a TTC bike rack, then it's too big to bring on the train. We should put these size racks similar to airports. These racks would state the TTC bike policy and allow our customer to see if their bike is too big to carry on. These racks would go at GO stations like Union, Dundas, Bloor Street, and eventually Mount Dennis, as in other stations as needed. Limiting the size of bikes allows the TTC to lower its risk level. The smaller the bike, the smaller the battery, the smaller the fire for the next time this happens. At the last board meeting, there was a lot of talk about using the Metrolinx bike policy. So let's take a look at that. The GO train with a bike coach on it is designed to hold up to 22 bikes. Excluding the accessibility coach, the remaining coaches can each carry 2 bikes each. Because I am committed, or should be, after the last board meeting, I counted the number of bikes loading onto the next 8 consecutive GO trains. There was an average of about 40. This is 40 bikes at one of the 2 elevators up to the platform. The 2134 train to Kitchener is a 6-car consist, including 1 bike coach. The maximum bike count per Metrolinx policy on this train would be 30 bikes. On October 29th, the 2134 train left Union Station with about 80 to 100 bikes on it. Again, the per policy max for this train would have been 30 bikes. By 2144, when it left Bloor Station, there was another 40 to 60 bikes on that train. Again, the policy for that train would be 30 bikes. This is my usual train home. And this was a lower than average count on that train because of the weather that day. Statistically, that many e-bikes in a relatively small space increases the odds of having a battery issue on the train. Remember, these fires cannot be extinguished and have to burn themselves out. If I were a board member with a fiduciary responsibility to a transit agency, this is not a risk I would be comfortable taking, legally speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Michael Longfield, Executive Director, Cycle Toronto.
I was here chatting with you all back at the end of October about this, and I do really want to commend the leadership here on this board for referring this item back for further review, specifically with an equity lens. And you know, I can make this quick because I know this meeting is already going pretty long, but suffice to say, I think the final recommendation in the report, and I'll read it out loud, I think is a pretty good compromise. And it reads, a TTC policy that aligns with the e-bike policy developed by Metrolinx could improve safety on the system while also ensuring clarity for gig workers who rely on public transit to earn income. By taking a similar approach as Metrolinx, the TTC could address legitimate safety concerns while preserving the socioeconomic benefits that e-bikes offer to users and business owners. I will say that I think this is something that City Council should be looking at again in terms of our micromobility strategy overall. And ultimately, if anyone from the province and the feds are listening, realistically, this is an issue that should be dealt with at a regulatory level there so that consumers, transit enforcement officers, shop owners aren't have a lot of clarity about the types of devices that they're selling, and that consumers can know that what they're buying is safe. But regardless, I think the final paragraph here is a good approach for the TTC board to take on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Next, we have Colby Badwar.
Okay. I will be brief as well. Just one graph to show you guys. So TTC already has a bylaw that prohibits bicycles from coming on the system during peak hours. This is bringing them onto trains or streetcars. This bylaw, it's 311, is not enforced at all. This is the orange line on the graph. So you can see there's 0 fines or enforcement actions being taken for this particular offense, according to the TTC's own statistics. The other line is all of the other bylaws in TTC bylaw number 1 minus fare offenses. So you can see it's an extremely low number as well. In general, TTC bylaw is not enforced at all. So I would just ask that if you're going to add a new clause in TTC bylaw number 1, you should consider what the enforcement implications are right now, because right now there is no enforcement of TTC bylaw number 1. So you're suggesting that, you know, adding a new clause would have some sort of impact, when in order for there to be any sort of impact, there needs to be actual enforcement of those rules, which there currently isn't. And I would ask as well, you know, does creating a new clause in the bylaw but then not having any enforcement whatsoever, does that actually decrease the TTC's legal liability, or does it increase it? Because it's very easy to see a scenario where this policy passes and now it's against the rules, against the bylaw to bring e-bikes or e-scooters onto the system under whatever circumstances, but that doesn't get enforced at all, and then we have another fire happen, perhaps somebody gets injured or killed, and then you're going to have a lawsuit saying the TTC didn't meet its duty of care under the Occupiers Liability Act because they didn't actually enforce their own rules. So these are questions I think should be considered before you move ahead with a new policy. Is how is it actually going to be enforced? Because station staff, supervisors don't have a enforcement role right now. They could inform people of what the policy is, but what happens when somebody says, no, I don't care, I'm bringing on my bike anyway, because that's bound to happen. It happens all the time already. You know, you say, sorry, that's against the rules, and somebody just says, well, I don't care. I mean, I've always been able to bring my bike on. Why can't I bring it on now, right? That's obviously going to happen. So what happens in that scenario? What happens if a special constable says, you know, hey, sorry, you can't do this, and they refuse to comply? So these are kind of the things that you have to think through, because ultimately, any enforcement action has to be backed up by the credible threat of arrest. Otherwise, the whole system just falls completely apart, because if people see that they're being told by an officer, hey, you can't do that, and then they do it anyway, and there's no consequences, then you have a total breakdown of law and order, which I would posit we kind of already have in the system, and that would just make it worse. So I think that there's merits for having a ban for the safety considerations that were eloquently put by the fire chief at the previous meeting. Full disclosure, I have one of these e-scooters myself, although I don't bring it on the system ever, so I don't have a personal stake in it really. I just think that you need to consider what the implications are of actually having new rules that don't get enforced at all, because again, as you can see, there's no enforcement at all of the current bike policy, and the bylaw in general is not enforced at all either. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No. Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Osborne?
So the material that we got here, the new information is only the report from the diversity office, is that right?
That's correct. Through the chair.
Okay, thank you. I have some comments when we come to that.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Holliday?
Did we ever land on a sharper number about how many people this would impact? And I know that may not be a linear response because it's affected by season and so on, but just recall last meeting there was sort of a guess at it. Is there anything new?
Through the chair, no, I would say there's nothing new. And while the impact analysis looked specifically at gig workers or users of these micromobility devices, there is acknowledgement that we have the same individuals who are regular users of the system as well.
So to contrast, does anybody remember the fire at Old Mill Station a couple decades ago, I guess? How long was the Bloor Danforth line at the time interrupted? A long time? Fair to say? Is it fair to say? Okay, it was...
Long time.
Yeah, the impact was profound. Thousands of people used shuttle buses for a very long time because I think it was a train with garbage on it. Caught fire in a station and did some damage from the heat to the structural element, if I recall. But is it fair to say there was a very significant disruption for a lot of people and it caused a lot of misery? Or difficulty, maybe I'll be more polite about it. Is that a fair observation? So proportionately, there's a small number of workers, gig workers, that are affected by this, but should there be a fire, there, in addition to the things we heard from the fire department, from an operational standpoint, a fire could lead to a very significant and long duration disruption to service. I think the answer is yes. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Did you want to speak or do you have a question? Sure.
Sorry, can you clarify what we are voting on today? Because we have a report with recommendations in it that is being provided to us for information, and the pre-existing report that advocates a ban that is not what is in the second report that came from the diversity office.
I had the same question.
Okay.
So,
sorry. Do we have an answer?
Through the chair, or I can take a stab at that. The original recommendations that were put forward in front of this board at our last meeting would be the same recommendations that would be in front of the board today to vote on. They have not changed.
And that is the ban.
Correct.
So, any other questions? No, okay, so again, getting back to Commissioner Osborne's, it seemed like TTC was having, there's two recommendations. One's for a ban and one is to follow Metrolinx.
Through the chair, the additional report that's come forward from our Racial Equity Office does not have a recommendation attached to it. It has advice that's been brought forward, and that advice is to be received for information. The recommendation of staff still stands as it was at the last board meeting.
Okay. So I guess just in the future, it would be helpful if this was more clear, because I had people messaging me saying, oh, it's great to see TTC reversing their policy. And I was like, I didn't know that was happening. So, yeah, and when I read it, it reads like two different reports. So that being said, I did think the report is significantly better with the having the equity analysis done by the equity team. I thought it was more useful, and I thought it helped provide a better level of analysis than what we generally see. So I would definitely like to see this team leveraged more for their expertise, because I thought it just made the report better in terms of we actually considered this, we did the research, and even if we're still coming to the same conclusion, it seems like this is much more comprehensive. So can that sort of be a takeaway from this, that the equity team should be engaged in doing equity reviews of things like this? Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then I guess conversely, just, reading their Hatch report, it had an equity analysis as well. I don't see why we would need an equity analysis for hydraulic oil spills. It seems like we're just trying to fit it in there because it said equity analysis, and obviously we know people are going to be late and it's going to disproportionately impact certain people. It didn't seem like it wasn't adding any value, and it wasn't a good use of anyone's time.
Sorry, maybe I can help with that through the chair. So all of our report templates include an equity and accessibility section, and that's intended to demonstrate our commitment as an organization to equity and accessibility, which is also set out in our corporate plan.
Yes, but sometimes there are no equity or accessibility, which I thought would have been appropriate, yeah. We don't have to write an equity analysis for every single thing just because it's there, is what I'm trying to say.
Understood.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions on this? Any speakers on this? Commissioner Osborne?
Do you have a question? No. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I did appreciate getting this report, but for me, fundamentally, this is a safety issue first, and unless and until we find out more information that changes the information that we got the last time about, the sort of dire consequences of a single incident, I just cannot support doing anything other than supporting the ban that was advocated in the initial report. So we had this secondary report, and I do have some sympathy for those that our chair mentioned who might have felt it was a bit misleading because there were recommendations contained in that report. But this is not a report being done by safety experts. So you can see why people maybe got the wrong idea on that. In any case, I think we are a safety-first organization, and until somebody in the bike battery business gets these things into a situation where they can tolerate our winter conditions and we aren't going to be risking life and limb, I think we need to unfortunately uphold that ban.
Thank you. I'm just going to go to Commissioner Sachs because I know she's on a tight, and then I'll go to Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. I appreciate this. As you can see, I'm just getting on my bike. I got to rush up and give a talk. I have two motions. Turn the flash off. The first one is that we should accept the advice of our equity committee and follow Metrolinx. I think Alan has a good point that we should restrict this, as I suggested last time, to actual e-assist bikes, the smaller ones, and not the monsters. So that's my first motion. It is not possible to have no fire risk on the TTC. We have to reduce the risk and we have to manage it. We're very focused about, well, somebody might possibly die if there's a fire, and that would be terrible and tragic. But I also want to point out that making it impossible for gig workers to do the deliveries downtown, and they now do hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deliveries downtown, if those are forced into large motor vehicles, that increases congestion, that increases deaths on the roads, and more people will die and be injured on the roads, as well as depriving small businesses of the delivery services that they need, which are economical, and the gig workers to their ability to make a living. There's no such
You're
thing
cutting
as we
out,
want everything
Commissioner
that
Sachs.
works. And I think that we, sorry. All right, well, I'm in the basement, which isn't ideal either. We shouldn't bother getting an equity report if we're not going to pay any attention to what they have to say. So anyway, that's my first motion, is that we should accept the advice of the equity group and follow Metrolinx except for excluding the large vehicles. And my second motion is, if I fail on the first one, that the period of the ban should be where we really do have a high level of slush, which is from the middle of December to the middle of March. We don't have 6 months of slush in Toronto, certainly not anymore. Anybody see any slush at all in November or last April? We don't have it. So the proposed ban period is twice too long, even on the very limited logic that's been provided to us. And so those are my two motions. I will keep my phone on and vote as long as I'm not actually giving my speech at the moment. But this is really important for a lot of people. It will have I'm a lawyer. I've spent my whole lifetime frightening people about risk, but we have to balance hypothetical risk against real and immediate harm, and we shouldn't do more than we need to. That's thank you for letting me talk, and I will keep listening.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Does anybody have any questions of the mover? Two separate, if one fails, then go to the other, yes. Commissioner Matlow?
Yeah, I agree with the spirit of what Commissioner Sachs was saying, and I'd like to just add a few thoughts to it. There are a number of workers who, as we know, live in different parts of our city, who rely on coming to other parts of the city, including Midtown and downtown, to do their jobs. And I don't believe, and I've actually given this a lot of thought, and this is more of a universal comment about micromobility in our city. I don't believe that if we want to wish them away or ban them, that realistically that'll happen. Because people are choosing to use them. And they're choosing to use scooters on our streets, even though City Council banned them, because it's more affordable and it's also easier to get around. And they're becoming very popular. And that's just reality. Like, whether we want it to be reality or not, that's reality. So I'd rather deal with reality and look at how to mitigate risk, regulate for safety, bring them into our network of mobility in a way that's responsible, because they're a fact. I'm concerned that if it's simply just a ban, that it'll be ignored by many, but those who might abide by it are those who will be most affected by it negatively in their own lives. But I'm not convinced that realistically it'll avoid any worst case scenario. That'll happen because people who will bring it on, despite the ban, are not really going to be concerned about our bylaws. And I think it's fair, one of the deputants spoke about enforcement. If we're not serious about the enforcement, it's not really going to happen. And the word will get out. So I appreciate what staff are doing, and I know that you're both trying to protect us from a liability perspective and certainly a safety perspective, and I know your motivation is correct. I'm looking at this pragmatically. I don't know in the real world if it'll actually have the effect that you hope it will.
Thank you. Commissioner Kim?
I don't think we're in the business of trying to look out for the welfare of the gig economy workers. The TTC's prime directive is to get passengers from point A to point B safely. And if there is even one factor that'll increase the risk of that happening, then I do support the ban for the winter season. A small incident that's one too many, and I believe that the safety of passengers should be preserved. And if it is a safety issue, then it should be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner or Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I just, I picture myself, I use the transit a lot, and I picture myself on the subway with my granddaughter who's 6 years old, and I just the idea that there's a chance that could happen scares me to death, and certainly puts me off taking the subway. And I was on the subway the other day, and a huge motorcycle-sized Uber bicycle came on board, and the size of it, and also just the sheer disregard of the individual who brought it in, who just sprawled himself over an entire section of blue seats reserved for those who deserve to be sitting on them, and then just spread himself out even more as more people crowded the train. I mean, to me, it's an easy decision to make, and I would challenge the Ubers and the Lyfts, the organizations who are benefiting from these services, to say to them, look, you cannot put your responsibility, the service you should be providing, or the accommodations you should be making of individuals who you hire or allow to be hired onto transit. We've talked often about the fact that transit seems to be the organization that gets saddled with everybody else's problem, everybody else's responsibility. It just makes no sense. As a board member of this organization, I have a duty to the organization. I have a duty to those who ride the subway, who are paying for the subway fairly. But I also think we need to challenge organizations who are taking advantage of the system, and hide behind issues like equality, issues like we need to look after those who are dependent on a gig economy. It's just, these are false narratives, and I totally vote with the recommendation.
Okay. Any other speakers? So,
one thing I'd like to add.
Sure.
I also would just add on the enforcement question, which I think is an important one, that I think a total ban would be a hell of a lot easier to enforce than one that looks at battery size, tire size, whatever it might be. And we would be able to communicate that to our customers much more effectively.
Any other speakers? No? Okay. I will speak next, and I actually have some motions. Just put them up. So the first motion is to approve the ban from November 15th to April 15th each year. The second part of the motion is to request the City of Toronto and the Toronto Parking Authority work with TTC staff, food delivery companies, and labor unions to study the feasibility of providing more e-bike storage and battery charging and exchange facilities near transit stations, so that there's a possibility of potentially taking the batteries out and just picking up a new charged battery at your destination and just bringing the bike on. And also to develop an e-bikes policy for indoor public spaces, as the ban only is only in effect from November to April. So we have to start thinking about what happens in May, June, July, et cetera. The third part of the motion asks that the City of Toronto and the Toronto Parking Authority work with the food delivery companies to provide e-bike and battery storage, exchange, charging, and transportation solutions to support the workers. And there's includes some sort of verification of the safety of the batteries. The fourth part asks TTC staff to work with Toronto Fire, City of Toronto, labor associations, and food delivery companies to develop a communications campaign to inform e-bike users of the TTC's e-bike policies, so when they are allowed to bring them on, when they're not allowed to bring them on, and what types of e-bikes are permitted. The fifth asks that the TTC staff continue to work with Toronto Fire to monitor the evolution of lithium-ion batteries and safety considerations to assure future compatibility with public transit. And the sixth is to direct TTC staff to communicate with the Ministry of Transportation and Transport Canada to advocate for developing and implementing safety regs for e-bikes and lithium-ion batteries. So I've tried to do the best to strike a balance between safety and equity. I thought what we were trying to do before, without sort of having that equity consideration done, I thought it was incomplete. I had asked staff to go back to look at what are the alternatives, what are the options. Staff ran this to the ground. We had multiple conversations, and I will say we also had very productive conversations with the food delivery companies in terms of like what were the options, what were the possibilities. But in the end, we couldn't get around the fact there was nothing that significantly mitigated the risk of bringing on a battery to a station and the potential for a fire. So these are the motions I worked on with staff to get ahead of this, because I agree with Commissioner Matlow. These are not, we can put a ban in, this is not going anywhere. From my understanding, we still haven't decided who is going to be enforcing the ban. I know we already have trouble enforcing the bike ban during rush hour, so this will be another layer on top of that. And I think we just have to recognize the reality that these bikes are here to stay. So rather than simply trying to wish the problem away, I think we should start working with business and working with other city departments to mitigate the risk and to create an environment where people feel like they can still use their bikes, but in a safe manner. And hopefully by having some sort of battery exchange, we're promoting people to use batteries that are safe, that are well regulated, rather than the types of batteries people are using right now, which are often the lead causes of these types of fires. So those are my motions, and I am happy to answer any questions. Okay. So are there any other speakers? Nope. Okay. So the first motion we will vote on is Councillor Sachs's first motion, that we adopt the Metrolinx bike policy. All those in favor? All those opposed? So Councillor Sachs's first motion.
That the TTC adopt the e-bike
Metrolinx
restrictions set out in the Metrolinx bicycle policy, amended to restrict any large e-bike, for example, those with wheels that do not fit in bike racks, to address safety concerns while preserving the socioeconomic and climate benefits that e-bikes offer to users and business owners in the city.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote, Commissioner Ainsley.
In favor?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Opposed.
Commissioner Holliday.
Opposed.
Commissioner Jagdeo.
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim.
Opposed.
Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed.
Commissioner Sachs.
In favor.
Chair Myers.
Opposed.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 6 opposed.
So the next item is on Commissioner Sax's second motion, which is to shorten the date from December 15th to March 15th. We might as well have a recorded vote on that as well.
On the amended dates, Commissioner Ainsley,
Approve.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis,
Opposed?
Commissioner Holiday,
Opposed.
Commissioner Jagdeo,
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Moyes,
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne,
Opposed?
Commissioner Sacks,
In favor?
Chair Myers.
In favor?
That motion does not carry on a tie. 5-5. Do you want to record it?
Might as well do a recorded vote for this one.
Okay. On the motion put forward by Chair Myers, recorded vote, Commissioner Ainsley.
Approve.
Vice.
Point of order before.
Yes.
We just separate the ban item with everything else.
Yep. So on item 1 of Chair Myers' motion, Commissioner Ainsley, your vote.
Against.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Holiday.
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo.
In favor.
Commissioner Kim. In favor. Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
I'm going to oppose this item. This one.
Commissioner Osborne.
In favor?
Commissioner Sacks.
Opposed?
Chair Myers.
In favor?
That's a vote of 6-4. That carries. On the balance of the motion, Commissioner Ainsley.
In favor.
We're going to record it.
Commissioner or Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Agreed.
Commissioner Holiday.
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo.
In favor.
Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne.
In favor?
Commissioner Sacks. Commissioner Sacks. Your vote.
Councilor?
She's riding her e-bike on the subway right now.
Sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Sacks, on the balance of the item, your vote? Okay, moving on, Chair Myers.
In favor?
The item carries. The balance of the item carries on a vote of 9 in favor.
Next.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Done.
Thank you. Next, we will go to item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carried.
And this, yeah, the supplemental.
Oh, and I'm gonna also move the supplemental report to receive. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We will now consider item 12, financial and major projects updates for the period ended September 28th, 2024. We have one speaker on this item, Kevin Rupasinghe. Go ahead, Kevin. You have 5 minutes. I'm trying. Slowly but surely.
Are you able to hear and see me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, members of the TTC Board. I appreciate having the time to speak with you today. My name is Kevin Rupasinghe. I'm a Scarborough resident and transit rider in Scarborough, and I wanted to share a small but meaningful opportunity to improve the lives of transit riders who are using the Line 3 Scarborough RT replacement bus service, which is one of the major projects that's in this report. So at Kennedy Station, there's a massive temporary bus terminal that had to get built in order to accommodate all of the express bus replacement service for the RT. And TTC did a phenomenal job in building that terminal rather quickly, and it's a pretty impressive operation to see all of the buses coming in and out. There's a lot of them. However, the bus used to come up to the station building, and people could wait inside for their bus to show up, when they did, they could step out of the building, across the platform, and onto the bus, and away they go. It was a rather seamless transfer. Whereas now, there are tens of thousands of Scarborough Transit riders, myself included, who have to leave the building, and you actually need to go for a bit of a walk to the far side of the commuter parking lot to get your bus. And it's not a close walk. It's outside, and that means I've seen people getting cooked in the sun, getting soaked in the rain, and now with winter coming, people will be slipping and sliding in the snow and ice. Now, of course, that's a safety issue if people are slipping and falling in the snow. It's also a matter of comfort and convenience. And even if the busway, the RT busway, is built as described in the report, Scarborough Transit riders are going to be dealing with this long walk at Kennedy for the better part of a decade, because we'll need to wait for the subway to open. There'll still be lots of buses at this bus terminal. Now, the solution isn't complicated. We need a covered walkway at Kennedy Station between the station and the bus terminal outside. This already exists at other parts of the system. If you go to along the Finch West LRT to Humber College Station, there's a new covered walkway between the station building and campus. This is great for future students and future transit riders. Of course, no one's really benefiting from it right now because the LRT is not up and running. But that's the sort of thing that we would need at Kennedy. Now, you can see it also downtown at Exhibition between the GO platform and the streetcar loop. It's a pretty long walk, and it's outside, so there's a covered walkway. Doing this will have a meaningful impact on the lives of tens of thousands of Scarborough Transit riders for the better part of a decade, as I mentioned. So I would implore you, find a way to make this happen. Installing a covered walkway at Kennedy Station between the station building and the temporary bus platform, it's an opportunity to actually make life a little bit better for Scarborough Transit riders who deserve a safer and more comfortable experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the deputations on this item. We will now move on to questions. Members, are there any questions of staff?
Alexa, mute the TV.
Oh, Adam, this is not the item that you registered for. This is item 12. Any speakers on the item? No? Okay. Seeing no speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the recommendations? I'll move it. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Julie.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
It's good. Next is,
Legacy Fair.
okay, next item is the Legacy Fairs. So this is item 16, retirement of Legacy Fair Media by Chair Jamal Myers, seconded by Commissioner Chris Moyes. We have 5 speakers on this item, beginning with Gregory Karasturgius. Yes. Great. I'm going to ask everyone to please keep your deputations to 3 minutes, just because we're at the end of the day and there's other things that we have to get through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Gregory Karasturgius, and today I would like to discuss the planned discontinuation of accepting legacy fare media on the TTC. I have one right here. Let's see. This one. I used this when I got home from the distillery district. The beer was quite good, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about this plan. So as of now, the TTC will stop accepting legacy tokens and tickets as fare payment on January 1st, 2025. However, the execution of such plan has proven to be less than optimal. The TTC has only given a few months' notice and has done little to inform people who could be very adversely affected by this. Yes, and there is also no trade-in program whatsoever. People paid money for these fares, and they'll be unusable quite soon. And further, many of the people who rely on these legacy fare media, they're seniors and people with financial difficulties. So as a result, they'll lose out on a lot of money that they can't really afford to lose out on. And all of this is through no fault of their own. So imagine this, like a TTC user with legacy media goes to the TTC only to find that one day it's just not accepted, and so they have to find some cash or something else, and that also creates delays for the other customers, and it would just be a disaster for both reliability and PR. And so this is simply not equitable to declare tokens and tickets to be worthless with such little public awareness and have no option to trade them in. So therefore, I strongly advise that the TTC take the following options. 1, extend the deadline for using legacy fare media by 1 to 2 months. 2, improve awareness of their discontinuation, particularly by putting notices in stations and stops where this type of fare media is commonly used. And 3rd, look into offering a trade-in program where people can redeem their legacy fare media for something like Presto credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. And we are going to put a pause until we get quorum back.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm ready, but huh? Are you sure? Not just.
Take this as a moment.
I just texted him.
Members, excuse me, can we have everyone take their seats, please? We have quorum again. Thank you.
So thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much, Gregory. Adam Cahoon. Adam, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I do apologize for all the interruption earlier. When you said when you let me log into the meeting, it wasn't muted, so I had to give my computer voice command, and you overheard that because I wasn't muted. So I do apologize for that.
No worries at all.
On the subject of legacy media, I too want some sort of exchange, even if it isn't at full value. And I think some of this could be arranged by actually utilizing the library for some of this exchanges. And the library could also be the one, in case there is some people in the community that don't quite understand Presto and need the extra support of that is why I believe the library could be used. And even if it isn't, it's decided Presto credits can't be provided because of that restocking fee. If the city wants to compensate other people in other ways, that is probably the best system that is properly manned by city staff and is available in most communities. But I really do think some of that is needed. And usually I still think the libraries are still involved with the program of helping people use it in Presto and stuff. If it isn't properly allowed to help people set up their Prestos and stuff, then that does have to be looked at, because Shoppers post-pandemic does not have the manpower to help new individuals set up Presto. And even though it is still said to be in their purview, they are very microaggressive at some of the places when you try and ask them to help you with Presto, and they do everything sort of direct refusal. End of thought.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions for the deputant? No, thank you. Seeing none. Next we have Yobi Saravana Bavin. I think I saw him. Yep. Welcome, Yobi. You have 3 minutes.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the TTC Board. My name is Yobi Saravana. I am a resident of Toronto, where I live in Ward 21, Scarborough Central. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak, allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Today, I am here to speak about the motion concerning the retirement of legacy fare media. This policy will prevent people from spending their fare with tickets, tokens, and day passes, and also will not allow people to receive refunds, exchange, and credits for the tickets and tokens that they have already purchased, but have not been able to use. People continue to sell tickets, TTC tokens and tickets at online marketplaces, including KLJLJI, eBay, QGG, eBay, Craigslist, and Facebook Marketplace. And many community support programs still distribute tickets and tokens to their clients. I recommend that the TTC Board pass the motion titled Retirement of Legacy Fair Media, which was moved by Chair Jamal Myers and second by Commissioner Chris Moyse. If people are unable to use the tokens, tickets, and day passes, they will be more likely to lose money and will not be able to access the TTC, which is an accessibility barrier. The TTC should continue to allow people to pay their fares with tokens, tickets, and day passes, and also provide refunds, exchanges, and credits for the TTC and tokens they have purchased after they stop accepting them. This will help ensure the accessibility and affordability at the TTC. Thank you for listening to my deputation.
Thank you, Yobi. Any questions for the deputant? Great, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Next, we have Zane Karam, Toronto Youth Cabinet. Zane, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Zane Karam. I'm the Transit Lead for the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the city's official youth advocacy body. I just want to say thank you to Chair Myers for recommending deferring the stop acceptance date for TTC tokens, tickets,
Can you
and
speak up
passes.
a bit, Zane? We're having trouble hearing you.
Should I restart, Chair Myers?
Just speak louder.
Sounds good. Today I'm here in support of this motion, as well as to strongly urge the Commission to reconsider and implement an exchange program for tokens and tickets. You know, hundreds of people still use this form of fare. I've seen countless examples of people who are helplessly trying to get rid of their tokens and tickets for a significant loss on places like Kijiji and Facebook Marketplace. People who bought in bulk many years ago have more than can be reasonably used within the next few months. And not to mention, there have been very little to nothing done by the Commission to inform the general public. Most people I've talked to, those being youth, didn't know their tickets would expire by the end of the year. So is it really fair and equitable that bulk purchases made by riders in an attempt to save their incomes and fight inflation will ultimately benefit the Commission instead and leave riders scrambling to use them up in time? So now the Toronto Youth Cabinet hosts monthly meetings at City Hall on top of various events throughout the year. To encourage youth to come down, we provide them with transportation through TTC tokens and tickets. This is an initiative we've been doing for decades, and while we found out very recently about the stop acceptance date, we still have to give out tokens and tickets as there's far too much remaining within the division. We're essentially forced to give out legacy fare to our youth that they won't be able to use in a matter of months. And this is a reoccurring issue across different divisions and volunteer groups across the city. While yes, we can transition to single-use presser tickets, unlike tokens and tickets, which are reusable and recyclable, presser tickets contain a chip inside of them, making it e-waste, which has to be discarded after 2 hours of use. And not to mention, they also expire after a few months. So not only is this a major equity issue for regular patrons and youth, since it will cause significant financial loss for many riders, it also presents an environmental issue going forward. I strongly encourage you, the commissioners, to reconsider and continue to allow the use of TTC tickets or tokens, or implement an exchange program in which legacy fare can be redeemed for either cash or single-use presser tickets. This would go a long way in helping to bridge that gap within the TTC's fare system. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Zane. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, we have Sheila Pizy-Allen, TTC Riders.
There. I'll be really brief. Thanks so much for the chance to speak. And I just wanted to say that transit users and organizations really appreciate this motion. You've heard already from many people weren't given enough notice to use their tickets. And I just want to share one brief quote from an organization. As the seniors program coordinator, we not only use senior TTC tickets for our clients, but also provide tokens for adults. And this change will really impact our services. We have a large amount of unused tickets and tokens still in our reserves to be used for this fiscal year ending March 2025. So it's not just individuals, but organizations out there have still, up to this day, still been giving out paper tickets, tokens. And so people really appreciate this motion to have more time to hand them all out. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for staff? Okay.
Could you just help remind the board what the advice is with respect to the cost or implications of any delay in phasing out fair media?
Through the chair, the board has directed us to modernize our fare collection and above and beyond just specifically tokens and tickets. And so we're on that journey. And so obviously we want to get to a point where it is a seamless, easier system for everyone to use and to enter into our system. And so this is one piece of that. If the motion is to go through, we will pivot and adjust to that accordingly and communicate that really quickly to customers.
Is there any implication on crash gates or fare compliance activities?
Through the chair, we will continue on our current course to close crash gates, and we've been doing that over the course of the year, with the majority of them being closed. So that will continue in our fare compliance efforts. While this makes it a little more confusing for some and makes our compliance have to be more rigorous, we've got a ton happening on that front that we will continue on the fare compliance side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? I just have one quick question. Can you just describe what efforts we've made to communicate with our customers that the phase was coming in, since the board voted for this in March, I believe?
Yes, so the board, through the chair, the board initially gave direction to end the acceptance of legacy fare media in July of 2024, but then gave reaffirmed direction in September. At that point, we began to develop our communications plan, which had been rolling out over the course of October and was supposed to be obviously November and December. Some of those efforts have been paused, admittedly, because of the seemingly upcoming change of the direction of the board. So we began to do in-station advertising. We have printed off thousands of bills, information pamphlets to be handed out to customers. We had enacted our social media campaign on it. We were starting to develop some of our mainstream media efforts on that front. So we've done quite a bit, but as I said, some has been paused with not wanting to spend money twice and confuse customers more if there were potentially not going to be an end of year date, but going to be a June date.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So are there any speakers on this item? No? Okay. I just have a motion to move to amend the item. So it's essentially the same motion. However, it has a date of June 1st, 2025 as to when we would stop accepting tickets on the conventional transit system, and December 31st, 2025 for Wheel-Trans, just to give Wheel-Trans users more time, as obviously we've heard earlier this morning. Those riders in particular have enough difficulties. I don't think we should be adding to them, as this is not going to make or break the system. The second part is that TTC staff begin to immediately implement the communications plan to inform customers about the June 1st, 2025 retirement of legacy fare, and I guess the Wheel-Trans. Yeah. And report on legacy fare media acceptance rates through the CEO's report over the course of 2025. And staff continue to close the fare gates the crash gates as directed. So I think this is just, going back to what we heard today with the CEO's mandate of, we need to build trust with our customers. Our customers bought this in good faith. They paid money for it. We haven't really there's been lots of indications as to when we would stop accepting fare media. I think starting back in 2019, for a variety of reasons, that hasn't happened. We are less than a month away from when the board imposed the deadline. I think it's only fair and reasonable just to give customers the opportunity to spend the tickets that they paid for, but to really just have a firm deadline and to really have an advertising campaign front and center, so that people just are able to use these tokens and tickets in a reasonable amount of time. And I think it's also fair that we, make some accommodations for our Wheel-Trans users, as they just might not be traveling as much as someone who's using conventional transit. So we just need to recognize that and just give them more opportunity to use these, the fare media. Any questions? Sure.
I'm just wondering if you checked with staff on the practicalities around the two different dates, if this causes any implementation challenges, because I think that second date is new to the motion, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the only implication would be there was no practicality on the acceptance. There was a small risk in that you would have a difference in that under the AODA, one could make an argument that you would be treating one group of customers differently from the other, in that but Michael could give the legal advice better than I'm no longer practicing.
So through the chair, I think the discussion may be better in camera, so we may want to just add this item in the in-camera portion, subject to the board agreeing.
And maybe if I could just add, for clarity through the chair, I think if it's for Wheel-Trans eligible customers versus Wheel-Trans users, and it seems like the motion specifies users.
The clarity would be Wheel-Trans riders on the Wheel-Trans service as opposed to Wheel-Trans
Eligible customers
on the
using
conventional
family service or the conventional system.
Okay, so we can just deal with that legal issue in camera, and I guess we'll go in camera right now because we have one item to deal with the CEO, the ratification. Okay, so do we have the motion to go on camera? Okay, so just motion to go on camera. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And just for the benefit of those in attendance, so it's solicitor-client advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege on the current item, and then we'll be considering item 10, TTC ATU Local 113 Customer Service Center Collective Agreement Ratification, which is information subject to labor relations and employee negotiations.
So on the, seeing no further speakers, all those in favor of the motion as amended for item 16, notice of motion, retirement of legacy fare. Thank you. Opposed? Okay, carried. The second item is item 10. All those in favor of the actions of the confidential recommendations, and we'll have a recorded vote. This is item 10, TTC and ATU Local 113.
Item 10, Vice Chair De Laurentiis, your vote, please.
In favor?
Commissioner Holliday?
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim? Commissioner Matlow? Wait, I missed him. Commissioner Osborne?
In favor.
Chair Myers?
In favor.
And sorry, just to go back to Commissioner Matlow. Okay, no vote. Let's just follow up. Sorry, just give us a moment.
Do we need a vote? Hi, can we get you back on? We just need your vote. I'll just put you on speaker if you want. Okay, 1 second. Yes, you're voting for it.
Yeah, sorry, the Commissioner Matlow, the vote is for ratification. Recorded vote, your vote to ratify the agreement with ATU Customer Service. Thank you.
Perfect.
In favor? The item carries 5-1 in favor.
Okay. And then we will move to defer item 18, the CEO mandate, to our next regularly scheduled meeting in January. All those in favor? Yep, okay. And that concludes the business of this meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you next week. Yes. I did it before 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With interior panic.
I went to the gym yesterday and I was like, it's my first time to use my arms.
Oh, yeah.
So I haven't been like a while, so I was like, oh wow.
I had to chair the EYCC and we had a huge deputation list.